No, I'm streaming today. I am just currently slow to start up today. Alright. Irenaeus' voice should be cleaner, not as gravelly. Badal. There we go. Get the slight force of self-righteousness in the voice. All the teams are currently set up, which, out of character, to be honest, I should be studying these. Alright. On me, I have Exaliel and Impa. On Sabriel's team, Lance, Menace, Naku, and Selran. On Reed's team, Gia, Stone, Biol, Arla. On Ryga's team, Osaru, Bonnie, Koa, and James. I don't believe that Aura's team is going to be much need for me to handle or coordinate for, so I can simply leave them. What are they doing down there? They're not spawing, are they? They're running oddly. Looking at the teams. Sabriel's team can change sizes. Generally, Lance is especially tough for Vanguard. Sabriel is also especially tough for the cavalry. Especially with her armor. Menace, Selran, are Centurions. The most flimsy one of their team is actually Naku. However, they make up for that with utility. Overall, this team specializes in defense. We should prioritize them being attacked. The terrain's unknown, which is a shame. However, I suppose that's up to me. Create a strategy that doesn't rely on the terrain and can be easily adapted. Also have the ability to adapt it on the fly. And that's something that will be necessary. Hello, everyone. See you all congregating there. Now, let's see. Reed's team. Reed himself is a weapons user. Dark and lightning. scythe. Geo herself is fast. Provides various utility. Ideally, we shouldn't require any bit of her charm here. Stone is durable. Probably one of the most durable. NBO. That one's more odd. It's hard to pinpoint exactly. The old specialty would be in this kind of squad. They've got utility in rune usage. Specialization in that. Ice and lightning. While also being predominantly a hand-to-hand fighter. I would put them then more probably one of the front lines, considering that their Geo likes to skate around instead of engaging full on. Probably front line along with Stone. Arlo, I haven't seen a lot of your skills. However, your nature and healing. And we're going to require both of those. That was meant to slow down. Okay, thank you, Collider. Very cool. Sayori. I might as well continue to think over actually in the Grand Hall. I need to get this out of the way.
What the fuck?
There's a small person out.
Did you hear that?
Other than the fucking flux, no.
Good morning, Uranus.
Good morning.
Like, Virtue is really quite open if you
What's the sky like?
It was. Well, yes. What we can get was pleasant, at least. Although, at least some point soon, I'm going to need to see the sun again. This is disheartening.
Someone made a joke like, how do you know you're not gay? And he just
I do
like,
not blame you.
Yeah. It's probably gonna get worse.
apparently had relations with a man.
It's going to get worse?
I don't know.
Israel is not known for its sunlight.
We don't know how long
Good
we're
day, my
gonna
liege.
be in
Hello,
you
Xavier.
know, the under, or rather the middle segment. I doubt you will see the sun there either.
No. I won't be looking for any sort of pleasantries on our way to Israel's second layer.
Especially after I had the food, I'm like,
You should really take a break.
I wouldn't immediately teleport.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Only allowing that some more.
Is everything going along accordingly?
Yes, we should be, although I also need to find
I would say so. The teams are finalized.
why do you think you can't trust us?
The potions are continuing to be produced.
I've never seen you wake up.
I've instructed Reed to coordinate and handle
That happens all the time.
all of the alchemical members to develop as many potions as possible, as efficiently as possible.
Very well, but that doesn't normally happen.
No, that normally happens.
Just aim again.
No,
Just, don't be a coward about
In
it.
any case.
The thing is, if I hit him,
Which I believe currently I can still give you one large health potion. I've currently been producing many smaller health potions.
On why? I just
I respect it.
really should take a break.
Along with anti-poisons and trying to develop an anti-acid
Yes.
for whatever specific acid they use.
Yeah, it did hurt like a bitch, don't get me wrong.
The one team I think that will probably need the most of that would honestly probably be Blitz's team.
We need to do like more announcements to student council.
They're the only ones that don't have a sort of healing for majority of the members.
So they were talking about it.
Yes. Now that all of my commanders have currently made their selection, the next step for me is figuring out who can't be healed. It's been part of influencing the selection process, but there's parts I haven't been privy to.
I don't even know her name.
Everyone's kind of thinking.
And I have not accounted for Ryga's squad at the moment.
Since you're all stating for them right now.
I have
Oh,
heard
he
it's
finally
wild.
Here with their offense
Inside.
most of the times in charge.
Yes. We finally have that selection.
See, I told you.
That is good to hear.
30.
That's what someone
Do
look
you
like
know
a
what
16
it
year
Oh.
old talk about.
Again,
Currently,
why did Fontaine
Ryga has finalized with Osaru, Bonnie, Koa, and James.
Thank you.
That's what the,
Um,
I'm not
one
gonna put my
wonderful.
hand on your shoulder, but just know it's on your
Wonderful
hand,
bounty.
shoulder in spirit.
Thank you.
Do you know any of the other Vanguard that are on this mission? I would like to focus on their teamwork training sometime today. Probably earlier, as they will not be here all day.
The various vanguard on this mission, at least for our side, are yourself, Impa, Exalio, Koa, and Bonnie. Both Impa and Exalio are on my team,
Figure out how to say it in a nice way.
and predominantly will be protecting me.
That's why I said dog years with the codes.
Being so racist.
Finish the sentence, Juliana.
I am unsure if I
Attention all students, apologies for the delay. I had to deal with a few things. In short, morning announcements, pretty similar to the last couple of weeks, although to remind you all, in 2 weeks' time we shall be heading out to Israel as a confirmed date. So, if you have not been selected or chosen into a squad, I suggest you talk with a cavalry student and see which openings are and see how the organization of those squads will do. besides that, nothing much special will be happening besides if you wish to talk to any of your professors for any questions, inquiries, and such and such. Besides that, you're dismissed.
We really could have done that
Quick.
ourselves. Yeah, we
The only thing I would advise for either of them would be teamwork training. However, I do not know
Hello, Reed.
how lenient Impa will be on that.
So he might have some.
Nothing.
So, Lance,
Do you have something to report, Reed?
Whoa.
Yes, the anti-venom is complete, and I have also learned how to develop a fire resistance potion.
Hmm.
Since we're going into an area that we can expect fire to be used against us, since we've already encountered it once before.
You already agreed to
Yes.
correct,
And that potion.
I'm going to be upset
How?
with you.
I never.
What's the current production on small health potions? How many have been produced?
That's not.
They should be a lot easier to produce than the large health potion, so I'd say I probably might be able to multiply that by a certain amount
for your information,
than what originally was the large health potions. So think of 3
my side.
potions, maybe 2
Entirely okay.
or 3, depending how much
Rather
it's
than putting
done.
today, it's
Yeah.
just completely
One
open.
behind
What's
you.
happening?
Understood. The only thing I'd ask you to look
Beg
out
pardon?
for is Gummy has a
Do
habit
you,
of
do you
moving
think
backwards.
mana
while shooting,
potions are
which
going
is
to be a
very
concern?
dangerous.
Yeah,
Yes.
though she's gonna be.
They most
back
likely
lines
will.
On my side.
We do have some methods for regaining mana.
Maybe working with them on that then.
However, I believe predominantly that's all on Aura's side. Currently, we do actually need anti-venoms, fire resistance, health potions, and mana potions. The thing is, there's no way you could produce enough of all of them in the time we have remaining.
Side of the team.
So, we need to determine what the priority is. You said you've recently completed the anti-venom. Can they now be produced? Are you missing anything?
Yes. I have two bottles right now.
You have 2 bottles.
Yes, and I can produce a lot more in the meantime.
That makes sense.
Understood.
Don't overexert yourself. You'll find
I would say
Now,
That's why I won't. I never tell.
current priority
Never tell.
You're lying right now.
would be the mana potions.
Well, you should get your bounty.
The actual length of this mission and how long it's going to go is unknown.
Well, just as long as our
It would be better to have health potions than not.
Food. Very brief announcements. They usually go on for a couple minutes.
I might know somebody that has. There could be another student in alchemy that started learning into mana potions because I've looked into it. I just haven't developed any recently because for once I never had to use them. I don't use a lot of my.
If
mana
you can
in
gather
combat.
more people to help you with development and production, please do so. We want to produce as many as possible. The fire resistance potions are only useful if we can have one for every squad. Well, no, one for every member of every squad, depending on the areas we might be heading to. They can't be retroactively used where they're most needed, which is unfortunate. The anti-venoms can be retroactively used for whoever is worst poisoned.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
It may be something I missed.
Elves are very susceptible to poison, so they're most likely prone to them.
Say around here, but that sounds really
Cherry
interesting.
bomb kid.
Something of your species, then.
That someone called me that the other day.
Correct. Such as alcohol, like that is not made for elves, can poison us.
If I were to tell you to simply produce all of them that you could, as many as you can, what would your estimate be of how many you would have of each?
Yeah, that'd probably be good. That'd probably good because me cleansing my own water is taxing.
have heard he's looking for
Yeah.
dandelions, I think.
Pardon me,
I'd
sir. I'm going to go
say-
continue training.
Go to him right now.
Please do so.
There's a chance I could develop at least one for every member of a squad if I were to solely focus on
Hello.
I'm going
anti-venoms.
to lay back down.
I don't believe
We're at
we're
a certain
going to
point.
need one anti-venom for every single member of every squad. I do believe that the anti-venom users are not going to get everyone in an entire squad. We have a lot of members that are incredibly focused on speed and evasion,
Well, why can't you cleanse him?
or
I
their
do
own
have Arlo
defenses.
that is
Yeah, and
able
Arcos
to
is playing
detox as well, so I probably won't need them as much
No, they're fine.
on my
Plain
squad.
water is fine.
Understood. In that case,
Yeah.
No.
I'm only recently been updated as to Ryga's squad, so there might still be people who can't heal or can't be healed with our current member selections. For that,
It's only bad
I'd
if I
like you to
use stuff
focus
against
on
him, I
mana
think is the
potions
thing.
and
Is that
health
right?
potions.
I'm trying to remember correctly.
No.
We do want
Sounds good.
anti-venoms, but it sounds like we're only going to need a couple on the other squads, Sabriel and Ryga's.
Oh,
And even
sorry,
then, we may only
Steve,
need one or
yes,
two for
it would be
each.
bad if you use anything on him. But it's okay
Yeah,
if you
okay,
use
so I
things
can't
on
use
you.
my field around him,
What about
yeah.
stamina?
Yes.
We don't need to worry about stamina for Starborn, Gargoyles, Angels.
I'm only saying this because I can develop them. I've learned that a while ago.
I would say if you could produce possibly 3 stamina potions. Do you have a list? I'm giving you quite a few.
I have one on me right now because I never used it since then, so I should just need to develop 2 more. I wouldn't mind doing that.
Understood. I would say we only need about possibly 3, mostly for Ryga's team. On both Sabriel, mine, and yours, there are Gargoyles, Starborn, and Angels. For the Gargoyles, mana potions are basically stamina.
Okay.
As Angels, we don't need to worry about stamina.
Mhm.
But otherwise, it is definitely a mission that almost feels like we have a lack of information.
That does make sense. I mean, I do have a
I was
Gargoyle
gonna say,
and a
all we know is that
Starborn on
we're
my
going to
squad
Israel. We don't know
at the
why
same
or for
time.
what reason.
So it would make sense to
Other
have
than we're going
2
to the
at least on
basement
my
of
squad.
this area.
Yes, which would mean that
That's
really
obvious, but
you would only need stamina for
the other
yourself,
information
Gio, and
is-
Arlo.
Yeah.
where, well,
For Stone, you would actually need mana in order to get the same effect.
Spaces and potential
Correct.
innocence in the crossfire. Much more so
So
than in the forest.
I would have to look over every squad, technically, on our side and see what I can do, like, distribution-wise.
Otherwise, we don't know.
Yes, we can probably continue this conversation after. We're going to need to optimize this. We have very limited time, and we don't want to produce too much of something and too little of something we actually need.
Correct. I think it's better to have, like, a meeting with all the commanders to see
Remove any innocence from
who we
behavior,
have
but also
in total.
assume that perhaps
We can go
some
from there.
enchantments are in effect.
Yes,
And that
I agree with that.
some may not be as they appear. Also to be wary of anyone with the marks of the black mana.
Now, where is...
Oh, we did get the.
I've not yet seen
Do
Sabrio.
you know if we got the exact position of the broken down wind
I haven't either, actually.
Or Ryga.
I know Stone hasn't been around. That too.
That may be an issue, which that can be circumvented with I can just simply speak for all of them.
Is that one of the reasons why they're releasing the wind? Is that they have
As long as you have a list on who is on their team, we can basically figure it out from there.
I do. I've kept a list.
Yes, and if they're in a wind station that's broken down that can control it, it might be even more harder for us to do anything about it.
I would say, if you can get me an estimate of how many of each type of potion you could produce, if you were to simply trying to produce all of them in equal amounts over the course of these next 2 weeks, I can proceed to edit them from there on what would be more useful and what would be less useful.
Yeah, but
Mana potions, stamina potions, fire resistance, and anti-venoms.
I would have to speak to other alchemists and see if I could have someone help me out with the mana potions, because it would be tougher to learn the mana potions within the next 2 weeks, in my opinion.
Yes, speak to everyone you know that's even slightly related with alchemy. Potentially even Fontaine, even though runes are more of his forte. Find out who knows how to make a mana potion, and learn from them. Directly involve them into the process.
I would recommend talking to anyone from Valkyrie on that situation.
I know Valkyrie do have small health potions on standby that they can provide to teams that are in need of them.
And then we also get
The large health potions I have.
Mal,
I wouldn't worry about that.
Yes.
do you know anyone that's related to the development of mana potions?
Oh, related to the development of mana potions, as in someone here, or just the general development of mana potions?
Here, we're attempting to develop mana potions for our trip to Israel, and that every team should have them. In which case he's right over there.
Yeah, he would be the best one for that kind of alchemy creation. As far
Should I
as
go pull him
I'm
over here real
aware,
quick?
No student has mentioned that they were making mana potions.
I have seen Gummy around with alchemy.
I think you can go ask him. It'll be quick. Simply needs to know whether or not he knows or not. How can I help you, Daniel?
I was wondering, I heard that you had like a spot open
I do not know who else
on your
seems
team for
especially
the
interested in
mission.
the lesson
I was curious if,
a few weeks ago. The Gummy did.
how that is.
It is unfortunate.
Currently,
I figured you'd be the best
all of my commander's teams are currently full. However, something new is happening with this mission as compared with the last one.
He's able to communicate, however.
The high commanders are being allowed to grab bodyguards,
Oh, yes, no, but
provided I don't actually have a limit that's smaller than the commanders. I should be able to fit you on the team directly protecting me. I wanted to inquire into how you can develop mana potions.
Good place.
Simple ways
Yes,
to
you can heal with light, yes?
It does deal in many colors.
Yes.
Perhaps there could be a
Specifically,
color-
It's
why
very-
would you first?
It's very, very unlikely, but it's possible they may actually land a shot on me.
That'd be a good way to
In which case, I would most likely need your help, provided I don't simply regenerate it myself.
I haven't seen Aurora yet, so that works.
That is true.
However, they've
Besides-
currently been using poisons.
Unfortunate. I'd wish to speak to Mars.
Well, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
Hopefully you will be able to do
My
something.
body will work through the poison. However, if it somehow is able to beat my current regeneration, I would simply need you to heal me enough until I can purge it.
Patio.
Good morning.
Additionally,
That I
other
could
members of the team is Exalio. Same deal as myself. Other than that, the last member of the squad is Impa. They're earth and fire.
It'll be explained when I ask Goku this question.
However, we can get to your conversation in a little bit. CARP a bit.
Yes.
Do you know how to produce mana potions?
You know how some people tend to burn incense?
Why, yes. I've thought it. I feel like I've thought that recipe. Eaten you lots before. Maybe not to you.
A maybe is simply good enough.
Generally perform a ritual
However,
involving purification salts and
currently,
various
I'm having one of my commanders, Reed, produce as many potions as possible for our trip to Yisrael. I'd like to develop mana potions in order to have for my commanders. I'd like to directly involve you with the process to make sure that the mana potions are produced.
Ah. Okay, that's why. Jeez, Reed, you made it sound like someone had a problem with ingesting mana potions. My goodness.
No,
Sure.
I just haven't learned. I haven't learned the mana potions. That's why I said it was somewhat of a problem at the time.
I would say, I would like to directly involve you into producing as many as possible that can be acquired in that time. After that, I would like you to teach Reed. It'll be good to be able to make more of these in the future. However, I believe trying to teach you in the moment might slow down production.
What we would do typically is just, get like a day.
He was helping me with the other potions.
If you can learn,
honestly, I didn't.
If you can learn while not slowing down production too heavily, feel free.
Slowing down production. We're talking about mana potions here.
Well, I want as many as possible. We don't know how long our mission in Yisrael is going to take, and if we don't have mana potions or a way to regain mana, several of our gargoyles might find themselves unable to move.
I understand your concern. Do also be able to, if you just be able to pick up from the enemy as well, if not poisoned. Not necessarily the greatest idea, but in a pinch, better than nothing.
Yes. Unfortunately, now that the cult has demonstrated that they have people specifically tailored toward poisons and venoms, everything is now going to be suspect.
Nah, I know.
It would be much better to have our own verified, clean supply.
I'm only suggesting options. You can do the. At the end of the day, it is going to be you lot out there. I'll be supporting up above with the rest of most of the Hammer Deep's humanitarian aid units.
Yes.
But we can make as many as we can.
And we're going to need them.
I think it's better that.
Let me know whenever you wish to.
I think it's then best that we make big batches, which is and dilute them through smaller cases.
I know especially our team would most likely make extreme use of these mana potions. Mana is currently the only limits we angels have.
Well, the only limit?
Our stamina is infinite.
Ah. What? Ah! Jakuda! Long time no see.
I know.
I know.
How's work?
Pandora, eh?
Horrible.
Sorry to hear that.
You look like you came out of the end of a dungeon.
Question for you, Clink.
I had to help some Serenians not get bombarded by Pandorans.
Yeah,
Repeat that?
That's always a treat.
I had to help your people not get killed by my people.
I'd like more detail on that, please.
They were only looking for books to study. They went into the wrong area.
Yeah. Good.
In that case, I thank you, Jakuno.
And they wanted to learn the truth of the sisters.
noble cause.
Which... Hold on.
You mind if you join me for that?
Who exactly?
Yeah.
Which Serenites?
Some nobles.
What were their names? Do you know them?
Documents, right?
Yeah, and any letters.
As far as I can tell, no.
Do they have any defining features?
It's one of them was angelic like you. Still had an oath, and another one was much more like virtues.
A fallen?
Yeah, both together.
I'll be right. I'll be right with you.
When you say an angel like me, are you referring to one that looks like me or one that looks like Daniel and Sabriel?
Much more like Nathaniel. Not as many wings as you.
I see.
Hey, Professor Jacuno.
Ernest, I'm just gonna
Yes.
inform you, though it doesn't really concern you too much. My command structure have changed. Mr. Nikos have taken the place of Mr. Archons due to Archons apparently gonna be unavailable for the period of mission.
Thank you for informing me.
We also have some new Valkyries.
That's unfortunate to
I'm
hear.
already seeing to it.
Or not.
This, though, some things can't be helped, I suppose.
No. No, some things really can't.
Very easy to distinguish her with her brightly colors, and Silas is the
Apparently the spirits were angry with me today.
with a big
Hmm.
Gotcha.
Hey. Anyway.
I'm currently looking for an answer for you. If I find out what the actual number of how many people I'm allowed to bring, as opposed to my commanders, considering last mission we weren't allowed to bring anyone on the High Commander's squad, I'll be able to get an answer back to you.
Appointed with them then?
I see.
I don't know if they're here today.
No big deal if I go or not, but it'd be nice to get more on-field experience for myself.
Yes, I agree. And it would be good to have a team so focused on aerial.
Yes.
Get acquainted with them as well.
I believe
Personally, as a professor,
I believe he would be quite useful.
Yes, no.
Well, seeing as for the past week, us folk in Hammerdeep have been preparing humanitarian aid, and whatever the hell. Seeing as the situation is worsening, of the illness by the hour, it's and with them losing more control, it's yeah. Let's hope that we can at least stabilize it somewhat.
Hi, I'm not finding someone right now. How can I help you?
That's at least what we're open for.
Yes.
Anyway.
I'm going to go take a walk. Give me a moment. Sorry, I had to avoid it, or get out of a conversation. I was going to ask you, I'm being approached by more people to join the command. My commander's teams are full. And I currently have 2 people on, like, my bodyguard team for being a high commander. Do I have a similar limit on the bodyguard? Because we never really... I knew we were allowed a bodyguard. And I currently have 2. Are we basically allowed to have a full squad of 5? Like our commanders? Is there a limit you guys want?
I say 2 to 3 max, honestly.
Okay. In that case, because I have... Or you want the total, or how many additional to the High Commander? Like 3 plus Commander? Or 3 including Commander? Daniel's approached me about it, so this answer determines whether or not I can bring him. Did you hear my question, Glenn?
Apologies. People came up to me. One more time.
Oh, what I was asking was basically when you meant 2 to 3, did you mean including or not including the commander? Like, can I take myself
Including the
plus
two
3?
you already had. Oh, I mean, like, the 2 or 3 is the max, so you already have 2, so I would say only 1 more.
Okay, that works. So in that case, I will probably bring it Daniel, and then I am full, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
With an escort of about 40 gyrocopters.
What are you exactly doing in Israel?
The men. Well, because seemingly no other country seems to be offering aid. Hammerdeep is sending in a humanitarian aid unit. It's to support and stabilize the region. Why the others have one that I've been pushing a bit on Miss Kisari due to the fact of how else are they going? Otherwise, I fear that they might not stabilize, and this region might become so unstable that we cannot operate properly. So, to buy us more time before utter chaos, we're sending humanitarian aid and supplies over to help with the wounded and create stability in the region to the best of our abilities. Yes.
Jakuno.
The Iron Drakes. Bunch of Iron Drakes are...
Apologies for cutting you off, Copperbeard. I just had a simple question about the Serenites you were talking about before. You said they were looking into the sisters. Where were they going to look into the sisters? Where did they go?
They were trying to find an adequate library, but they wandered into a different part of town that no one should go into, mainly filled with criminals.
Wrong place,
They
wrong
did not
time,
know
eh?
their way of Pandora, so I took it upon myself to assist them to a library to get whichever book they need. Bring it back to Serenity.
And you said it was a Radiant and a Fallen? Was the Fallen also a Radiant?
They were siblings, from what they told me.
Siblings.
Oh, would you look at that?
One must have fallen from their original oath. They did say both of them had the same oath.
How does a fallen get created anyway? Yeah, I've never really,
They break their oath?
Not quite. They reject their oath in the first place. They never accept it.
That. Well...
Thank you, Jakuno.
Oh, sounds like, sounds familiar. But anyway, we've got Iron Warriors on we've got a full company of Iron Warriors here. Here's on standby.
Serenites? In Pandora? Siblings looking for the sisters and information about them. This is not coincidence. Who are you? And what are you doing? I suppose, since I intend to use it later. I'll check on the ritual room. Nothing, of course. Can't be that easy. Production should be finished along nicely. Each of my commanders should have what they need. This is going to succeed. I'm currently on my pride as a Pelham. Failure is not an option. We don't lose. And now, what are you doing over here? That's one of Selren's. The man is making it difficult to tell. It almost looks like Sabriel's in there. She is.
Just kind of makes me like go ask for her sometimes.
Okay, that's fine.
That easy.
I wish to get better at applying my ink to the floor.
I thought you were still gone.
So I wish
I see you're enjoying yourself,
I
Sayori.
woke up this morning.
to get control.
So pleasures.
And I might have ran into a tree on the way down.
Like a sled?
Kind of, yes. But with ink
sled?
instead.
Oh. It's not bad.
Interesting
That's kinda
application. I mean, yeah, I have no issue with it.
Okay, thank you.
Were you wanting to now or later?
You are not one of us.
Whenever you're free.
And you will never be one of
It
us.
doesn't have to be.
I don't know, team leader, am I free?
I don't know. I'm kind of selfish right now. But I guess
Lance is over
I
there.
can let you borrow him.
Thank you.
Understood. Sabriel is what's the right word for it?
Choose your words. Very
Possessive?
carefully.
Possessive.
Protective?
Thank you.
I'm not.
The word you're looking for is protective.
Lead the way.
Why not both?
One has negative connotations.
Not necessarily.
Overall, if you think about it, if you're possessive, you also want to protect of what you possess.
Not
Not necessarily. They're not equated with each other.
Where did I put that?
You can be possessive of something without being protective.
Here it is.
No, I understand that.
I actually got some of the old trainings the Solar used to do for my mom.
What?
Oh?
Yeah, I might do some of these before the mission.
Did you say your mother was a
I sent
Solari?
a letter. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I'm gonna use some of the physical lessons they do, and then I got some magic lessons from Melathon I'm gonna follow before the mission too.
Okay, that sounds really good.
So
Do you mind if I join you for some of the magic ones?
Yeah, I mean, nothing too complicated. You know, it's just stuff like
I've been looking for you.
making this last longer, how to make it bigger, how to alter its effect, how to strengthen it.
I'm right here.
I was told that you can help
Or,
people
you know,
I was
get it
talking
familiar.
to Solrin about was my
Yes,
different
it's
things
called
about my
performing
barrier.
oraclemancy.
I was actually gonna look into that one too because this
Can I have the familiar?
isn't the best.
Oh.
It's fairly weak.
I thought you hit her for a second.
She'll
I was
pull.
concerned.
Bonk.
She'll pull
Just
out
a
a list.
little fluffy.
What are the specifications on this again, Haku? What does this do?
Understood.
Okay, I'll send you the
Oh, it's
documentation
just a,
later.
it's a, hang on, let me do it.
Mm-hmm. What's really
It's just
funny
a
is I
barrier
have
when
like
you
300
plant
gold, so I can
It's not
probably
that
buy like all of
Mm.
these.
I can make the pedals sharp to do
I mean, yeah.
little magical cuts like I do with my pedal blast.
Alright.
Okay.
It's nothing too
What
strong.
familiar are you thinking
I'm
of?
sure from you, maybe like 3 to 5
Honestly,
hits and
I
it would
don't know
break.
what the options are. I didn't even know if I could choose.
How does it deal against extended attacks?
So let's go over them.
Depends how
so
much
you
magic I
have
pump
the
into it.
fiendish type,
If I were just to still
which
cast this
are
without
more of
continue
the
upcasting it,
tricksters and the
it might
death
last
dwellers.
a minute from a sustained attack.
Like that.
They're quite mischievous characters. No, he's a Wonderland
That's
one.
nest or something.
Wonder.
Me upcasting it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You seem like you have a particular thing about
you
you.
have the basic companion, which is more of, hey, I
And
might really
what
like this
are
area.
you?
I'm concerned.
AKA.
For now, a familiar.
That thing got a lot.
Which type?
Okay.
Wonderland.
Of course, you have the Wonderland familiar. They are rather unknown kind of spawns.
Hello.
Usually summoned from the planets of Pandora.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I like the cut of your jib.
Oh, thank you.
As I was gonna say,
I'm usually covered in this
what
color.
I'm gonna work on is increasing the range of this.
Of course.
Not what I said, but I.
Oh,
Yeah.
Of course, you also have the
Well,
Fable
It does feel nice.
Beast
That
familiar.
looks different with
Or
Menacing.
Fable.
Maybe I should get a.
I've
They're
took
most
essences
playful and
of my
You made a note.
calm
you
jewelry
have
I've
the
mixed
Hatred
together.
about you.
Mm-hmm.
I took elements of that and put it into the pedals, so it
I'll have to do
heals
some
the pain
thinking.
for a bit.
Like, do the familiars like
Does it normally change
help
colors?
you, or are they just like a fun little
Yeah,
companion?
they do that
Do
occasionally.
you believe you're fighting for all that's good in the world?
Are you angry?
Because honestly,
Oh.
I just kind of wanted a pet.
Is this the part where we talk about our beliefs and our feelings?
Like actually be smart and
That's also
think
been
about
very
No, I
energetic.
simply wish to know.
Toss it to the
Most
wind
of
and
the
say,
time
I get
it's-
what
I
I get.
tend to dislike angels, so I like to get
Summons are
to know
usually
them better.
more for knowledge.
Hmm. And for what reason do you dislike angels?
In that case,
Anyways,
The angels I know are all
No,
too
my
I
card
do
is
blood
fairly
people
weak,
from
but it does have that
Menace was a
cut property
special
similar
case.
to.
Well,
But the hits opinions I will not allow.
Yeah.
I've never once met an angel that I fully
And
respected.
then
Besides the fallen one over there.
Can you do me a favor? I want to see something. Come here.
I don't wish to be
well,
equated with
I'm
him.
leaning heavily towards Faye, just because that's where I'm from.
She'll pull out a book.
Oh. Out of fear?
Discuss.
We'll go over all of them.
I'm not afraid.
You are different.
I see. Thank you.
Interesting. Perhaps in another life we would be friends.
They're in the document. I'll send
I
it
doubt
later.
that.
Julio. Thank you. Okay.
Once we collect all the materials and you're ready and everything, we'll do the summoning and get that all
set for you.
Understood. Thank you very much. I'm off to go do the rest
Yeah,
of
well.
my to-do list.
Sayori. Whose was
Yes.
that?
Hmm? That would have been Blitz's.
Of course it's Blitz's. Oh. Sabriel! You've reminded me. You've reminded me. I've been approached by Daniel, and I'm taking him on my personal team. He would be able to actually heal us, given he's light.
Good to know.
Should we encounter something that you, I, or Xaliel are incapable of actually dealing with ourselves.
Okay, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Does he do anything else besides heal? I don't really know him.
I believe
as
he's a
well as
martial
others.
fighter.
Ooh. Okay. It's good to know.
I see Gummy shooting.
And Sayori,
Yeah, I can see the sparkles.
how many, or how busy is the ritual room today? I wish to
Right
try
now,
something.
No. Not very busy, but currently the stars can't talk.
The stars are busy.
Hasn't quite told me it yet.
Is that something that's going to happen or be across the entire day? Or is that something where I should ask again later?
Doesn't seem to mind them.
Ask again later.
Understood.
I think it's very pretty.
I can wait
If
then.
they suddenly become talkative, I will find you.
I would appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, I also got some other useful news.
Oh?
Where's my letter trail? There it is. From Zirin to Mythins, the cult seems to be finally out of the forest in the cavern's depths.
So the place that we were at before?
So they've cleared out?
From Mythins and Zirins, it appears.
It appears. Is there any explanation for why there are sirens there?
Nothing on that. I have received information that... Actually, that wasn't provided out publicly yet. There are some targets of Dreamweavers and... Some targets of Dreamweavers haven't woken up yet. Unlike the Gorgons, victims who have woken up.
That might have to relate to do with the fact the artifact is still intact. Either that, or it's simply irreversible, and they're too far gone.
Yeah, sorry, I was rereading a part on this that I need to follow up on.
Oh, the intention is one day that that artifact should be destroyed. It serves zero purpose except harm.
Probably.
And it's unnecessarily cruel. However, that's currently not my call. And I would not even know how to start.
What, destroying it?
Artifacts are tricky. Destroying them is not very simple.
I mean, if some books are meant to be believed, one of the ways you can see it works for some of them, not for others, is overloading it. Every object and thing has a limit.
The problem is that it's currently been just pulling in energy. There's a reason Kokiri goes to drain it. I don't believe it's worried about overloading itself. I'm unsure if it even truly has an upper limit.
Probably does.
Most likely
Everything has
does.
to have a limit.
Is it attainable
But
for us
whether
right
or not-
now?
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say. It's probably not even touchable.
Most likely
That's all.
not.
How did
What are
ink
you both
sledding
talking
go?
about? Fine, he just slid into my barrier repeatedly.
Oh, the artifact from the cult, and if we were to destroy it, how to? I don't know.
Eventually it will be
I don't
destroyed.
believe I have heard much on it.
In the short term, it's going to be left alone. And there's no guarantee that destroying it would even release its victims.
There's that too. It could make it worse, or make it that they can never be released.
I doubt it would make it worse. However, it's far more likely it would simply have no effect at this point. I would need to actually see the victims and the mana to see if it continues to have an effect. So, that can be done by anyone with mana sight. Which,
Would you mind elaborating as to this artifact? I don't believe I've ever actually been clued in.
how aware are you of Dreamweaver and the Gorgon? Previous generals that have been fought.
Practically none, unfortunately.
They were killed, well, yes, both were killed before we had arrived. At the current moment, no one in this conversation has actually fought either of them, or any of their, well, we did fight what remained of their troops over in Zirin. They both had access to artifacts, one of which would put you to sleep, and the other which would drain your mana. Currently, the ones that were put to sleep with the Dreamweaver and his artifact have not woken up. We are in possession of this artifact.
The one from the Gorgons, though, have recovered quite decently.
We are also in possession, technically, of the Dreamweaver's soul, who remains tethered to the artifact. Evidently, he was unaware of this at his time of death. He is partially why we have more information about the cult than we should. Once he realized that his father had lied to him, he was more willing to talk to us. That about covers it. But that's where we obtained a good amount of information, at least up until this point. Slowly, we're getting to the point where we don't need his information anymore, and we are more current than him.
Understood.
Are you not from Serenity?
Mm-mm. I was born in Mithens, but my mom was from Serenity.
And she was a Solari.
Mm-hmm. Trained under, Miss Mari. Or not Mari, Maria. I mean, my name's mixed
I was
up.
going to ask if you were referring to Queen Maria.
No, not Maria. No. She taught me some of the important stuff like how weaknesses aren't exactly bad, but you can use them to grow, that type of thing.
Weaknesses are always an opportunity to grow. They show you where you are lacking.
Mm-hmm. They help you grow from it, and it adds history to a weapon or armor. But,
What caused her to leave Serenity?
From what I understand, she met up with my dad, who was one of the main enchanters for Relafon, during a trip in Serenity, and two enjoyed each other enough, and also regrettably, my family did need some protection for a time, as we were the main enchanters for Miss Relafon. So, she ended up leaving, being a guard for Miss Relafon.
Left to provide that protection.
Mm-hmm.
Is your mother also a Fane?
Besides that, she's a light Fane.
As is common for Serenity.
Yep, mom's a light Fane and dad's a seasonal.
Hmm.
They okay in there?
It seems Kyoko-less.
I don't feel like crowding around with a bunch of other crowded people who also aren't any value whatsoever.
That's the only reason why I would do it is just
One
like
runner.
my big heal.
Yeah.
But
For the most part. Okay, it's just case in point what's their concerns.
You are in control.
I was already aware of it.
Sorry about that.
You have to realize I do watch a lot.
Use the grip on your weapon.
I'm just curious.
Very well then.
Considering
Once
the
color has been
announcement that
seen
just
through,
happened earlier,
I will cast judgment. Those that are not Vanguard, please make sure you clear the arena.
Things gonna be handled with everyone that hasn't been picked. How are they gonna be handled? Are they gonna be
Disgraceful.
or are they gonna be forced with
Pathetic.
There should be a checkpoint or have like a port operating base where they'll be.
Losing control of yourself in a simple spar, Fontaine. What a poor showing.
This is also part of your training.
As much off of you as I needed to. For whatever reason, I was getting slowed down significantly throughout the entire exchange.
I told you that you would be having very special training, and I meant it. You are a part of Vanguard, and as a part of Vanguard, we are not going to let you fall. But you will learn how to control yourself.
I can control myself a lot easier.
Very well then. Get with your team.
It's working now. Strange.
Very well then.
Disgraceful.
Enjoyed any peaches? I haven't actually. I thought you would have, considering they seem to be your favorites. I just got back from Ontario today.
Let the light be upon ye.
Ah! The face!
Smacked him in the face!
What the fuck?
Unintended
How could you
target.
do that? I trusted you.
Uh-oh.
Imagine.
Beat me in the face with a glowing ball. It's rude.
You get used to it. You get used to it. It's okay. You get used to it. You get used to it.
As I was saying, let the light be upon ye.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Did you?
Swear.
I had a suspicion and I was proved right.
Did he go feral?
You stepped just far enough away.
Just nearly.
Well, guess what?
Overall, a poor showing of
You're
self-control.
standing under dirt.
Ah, why am I getting caught in the crossfire? Stop it.
He walled me, so I walled him. And we won't
You
wall each
scratched
other.
my uniform.
We've?
Yeah,
What?
nice dodge.
Yeah, that's. Why would you do that?
What'd I do?
You tore it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna fix it. Here.
Yeah, but maybe that too, considering I was in between like 4 of them.
Here you go. Apologies.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hmm.
Oh, that's torn too.
Attempt not to catch me in your
Yeah.
abilities, please.
Thank you.
Yeah? Oh, not a... Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, mine's far less lethal than yours.
Yeah.
Yours is still very spiky branches.
Yeah.
It was a disgraceful, poor showing of self-control.
No? Okay.
Not you.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by, I was distracted. What?
I thought they had it somewhat under control. I guess I was wrong.
I don't know.
I mean, they were sitting
Sometimes
in
I-
Centurion during our meetings.
Sometimes the
And
output of
knockout.
the magic changes. And I can't exactly... I can control how much I pump into it, but sometimes its output is increased to the wild magic.
Ah.
My comment about self-control. I realize now you might have taken that towards you. It was toward Keo.
Oh, yeah, no. You're fine.
I don't like
what you're talking
misunderstandings.
Understandable.
A lot of problems have arose from misunderstandings.
I'm aware.
What became of Keo? Did he decide to...
It took several
finally find
people,
something again?
possibly. At least right now, it seems that he regained some of his control. After Hezekiah dedicated an entire speech to him.
Oh, what the hell?
Hmm. Interesting.
Overall, it's embarrassing and disgraceful.
I mean, they seem to have handled it, at least for now.
Yes. And luckily he represents Serenity no longer.
Mm.
Hello, both of you.
Oh, you're over here too. Are you following me?
I wasn't following you. I just saw them
Okay,
all
I
like
don't
just think you're
brought up
neat.
with you.
He just thinks you're neat. Anyways, now I don't talk to you guys often enough, so I don't really know much about you, and I need to fix
What
that.
do you mean?
I believe the last time we've spoken was back in Yisrael.
Yup.
What'd I do?
And then I disappeared for 3 months, so I need to know what to do.
I wasn't paying attention.
I need to update my documents.
Currently, what is going on is the mission for Yisrael. We've been prepping for the last month.
Yeah, I know that part. That's why I'm updating my documents. I need to know what people's like skill sets and powers are, so that I can come up with better strategies and better ways to utilize my stuff.
Have you not been
Because despite
updated
what
about the
everyone
cavalry,
here-
Doc?
No, there's a what now?
We created a document explicitly for that purpose. He was not present during this.
I have been keeping track of all of this personally on a notebook, and you guys are telling me that there's a document for this shit?
However, that document is still being updated. So you may have something useful to contribute.
Possibly, because I
Ask
talk
that
to
you only
everyone
put
about their
facts on it, though.
abilities constantly.
There are several
And facts that
categories.
you have verified yourself.
Yes. We originally obtained that
I will
information
happily
through
talk to
interviews. Directly word of mouth from them.
I mean, yeah, I talk to people directly, and they tell me what they can do, and then I write it down.
Then you've basically qualified for it, yes. So if you have something you can contribute and add to the doc, please do so.
Wait, are other cavalry members on there? Because those are like the people that I actually don't talk to very much.
Yes, all of
Yes.
us are technically on there too, I believe.
Currently, it's meant to be a document covering every single student and their abilities.
So then I'm not fully on there then.
No. Like I said, it's still being updated.
Well, whenever you guys get to me. Whenever.
Yes, currently production of that document has halted slightly, given the influx of missions.
You would think it would ramp up because having an updated document of what everyone can do would be fantastic for cavalry leaders to strategize better with.
Yes, however, each of the cavalry leaders has become more familiar with each student's abilities on a personal basis. So the document's actual function was slightly circumvented. It's still important,
Technically,
given that we're going to back-to-back
that
missions.
we learned. Fair. And put it on the document, but we don't have all the details. We just have certain pinpoints to go off of. That's why
It does still need to be updated. It just at the moment, was not the priority.
That is fair. Yeah, because last week I learned that several people have new abilities altogether. And then I had to have a very lengthy conversation with someone to explain to them that magic crystals is not the only thing I can do.
Which students have new abilities? Out of curiosity to see if I know them all.
I don't know all of their names, but I know who they are. So, redhead over there, Kyo's girlfriend, she has some new stuff and is currently working on a new project. I know.
Oh, that's ironic.
What is?
You didn't know about that?
Yeah, the redhead right there.
No, I don't particularly look into Kyo's affairs.
Fair, I guess.
Affairs.
One of my friends, so.
His things. What he does. Not having an affair. Different words.
Fair. I understand. So there's that. I know that Red Slime, he's working on a new type of attack with his gimmick of acid stuff. So
Grease.
I know that there's that. Grease, acid, he melts things.
That's simply from him being a slime. His actual magic is grease.
Right. Well, I've seen his grease eat through things.
Yes, when he uses his magic, he is equal parts grease and slime. He has functions of both. The grease itself is not eating things.
Fair. Either way, I know he's working on the thing. Where is he? Who is it? It's one of our ice users. He wears the blue pin. He is currently working on a... I think he's trying to make a blizzard, last I checked.
Ice user Centurion?
Yeah.
Are you referring to Beol?
No, not Beol. Beol's a mystery to me. Though I do bother for rune help all the time now. I know that my quote-unquote mentor is having an existential crisis, so he's not working on anything right now. The Gorgon person, they are very, very good at writing notes on anything and everything, and we have been sharing a lot of things that we have seen / interacted with for a while now. So there's just a lot of info dumped there that I won't get into because that's just a lot. But lots of students are progressing very quickly on either fine-tuning what they already have or acquiring new abilities.
In that case, we'll need to be kept up to date to keep the document up to date.
Yeah, it's people have absolutely zero problem telling you anything and everything they can do. It's just
I'm aware.
they won't do so until prompted.
We need to develop a routine where new abilities are routinely explained to at least one cavalry member.
Well,
Get them overall, the student
assign
body,
cavalry
used to this.
people to- Yeah, should we assign certain people to certain cavalry members and they just do a bi-weekly checkup?
That idea has merit.
That way we can divide and conquer. Because there's a lot of students, but there's an equal amounts of lots of cavalry members, and if it's the same people interacting all the time, not only does that establish routines so people will get used to it, it also saves us the time of okay, who's asked this person, who's asked this person, we know that this person is assigned this group, and that way we only have to hunt down maybe 4 or 5 students per person.
Yes.
Instead of
However, an additional idea is simply to have a notice for those who decide to develop their abilities. To inform a cavalry member.
True. That also would work. That would take us, the effort of us hunting them down.
I'd rather not increase our workload by too much.
That's
We only have so much bandwidth across all of us.
I mean, I'm pretty open. I've been gone for a while, so I'm out of the loop of everything. I'm getting caught up, but I still don't get assigned any tasks. So I've just been hardcore studying and working on all of my abilities. And also asking everyone else what they can do so that I can figure out how to help them in any way, shape, or form.
In which case, since you've already been preemptively doing this, that's now your responsibility.
Okay. I'll need access to the dock, but yeah, I can do that.
You'll have access to the dock. It's physically, well,
Cool.
I'll tell you where it's kept after.
Understood. The only other thing that I have note of is, what's their name? They're the new student, very tall, red hair. I think they wear a mask. I think that's a mask. They're the same size as our giant friend.
As Badal.
I think that's her name. Yes. I learned the cleaver. Yes. I think.
Well,
They're not
the
an
axe or the cleaver is Impa.
Oh.
The one with the axe is the one that was sparring earlier.
No,
No, muscular is Impa.
Yeah,
Too many of you guys are too damn tall. Hard to go off, it's just tall now.
You are simply small, Silverlance.
You're not much bigger than me.
But I am
Maybe
bigger.
I'll fly, but you're not much taller than me.
shoulder.
Yes, but not by much.
But I am.
Head and neck taller.
It's a bit tall, yeah.
Either way, they need a constant supply of height of fire things in order to stay warm and keep training. I have been doing my best to supply them with heat-related crystals, but I'm starting to run low. They have eaten out almost my entire supply of heat-related crystals. So I'm gonna need more. And I don't remember specific students that use, the ones that they need. Do we know if we still have anyone who has magma? Because that seems to be their
Magma?
favorite. Yeah, there used to be a student here, but I have been informed that
Is
they
that
recently...
is that an earth-fire fusion?
Yeah, I have a nice backlog of magma crystals, and that seems to be their favorite. But I don't want to just keep handing them without knowing that I can resupply. And I, so far, haven't found anyone that has magma.
As far as I know, no. There are no magma users. The closest is another earth-fire fusion. However,
So I'm gonna
their
need to
magic
find
is
a
different.
substitute for them.
Hmm. Can they not
Because fire
use the
crystals
base
were-
element? Do they
No,
not?
they can. So the way they described it to me is that they need to keep warm. And the best way for them to do that is, so far, is eating the crystals that I do that are related to heat. So the magma ones have been the best for them, but I can't resupply those, and I don't want to run
Switch
out
them to
because they're
fire.
extremely useful.
Fire can be easily resupplied. Which student is it?
The one I was just describing, the really tall one that wears a mask and has really, really red hair.
I think I know a bit of what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're somewhere over there. I just gave
Given
them
that it's not possible to resupply, switch them to fire. If they have an issue with this, send them to me.
Alright. Yeah, at least until I find a student that has a better heat source. I wonder if plasma would work for them. I know we have a plasma student running.
We do have one plasma. However,
Plasma works for them the same way
I
that
see him
magma
around here
does,
rarely.
then that's good.
Should I run into him again, I will
Show,
point
I'll
him
just
towards you.
resupply.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I've been keeping a very strict inventory on every crystal I create / use. And I have a very good backlog of most elements. Because I know Europa, I think I'm saying that right. They use
Europa.
my crystals in order to... Europa.
Yes. You can also
They
call
use
them
my
Badal.
crystals in order to quick change... Badal. That's a lot easier to say. They use the crystals in order to quick change their clouds.
Yes, they do.
In fact, the ice blue badge wearing person that I was talking about earlier, he's ordered a bunch of them for the mission. A lot of light and a lot of fire.
I would say, if it's an element that you do not currently have the ability to resupply, its use should be incredibly limited. We want as many of a backlog as that for when we find that we may have a very specific purpose for them, such as use in something alchemical
Base, right.
or ritualistic.
Base elements, I have an infinite supply of, because I guarantee you there's at least one person here that has a base element of every type. It's the fusions that I have limited supplies of.
I would say if you have the ability to go make a new one of a specific fusion, freely hand it out. However, if it's a fusion that you do not, this should be done carefully. I would say do not. We need to heavily regulate their distribution.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to do. That's why I wanted to talk to another Calvary member about it. Because, I don't mind making and, handing them out for free because it helps benefit everyone. But at the same time, I need them for my own purposes of experiments to figure out what else I can do with them.
For those experiments, I would also suggest that you use the base elements, things that are easy to resupply.
Yeah. Though, I did use a magma crystal recently in an experiment, and we have nearly infinite obsidian.
Elaborate.
So, the magma crystals, when broken, so a general rule about magic crystals is when they break, they produce a lot of whatever magic's inside of them. And so for magma, it produces a really big puddle of magma. While, yes, that's very good for offensive and defensive, I found the best use for them is when cooled off rapidly by tossing a water crystal into it, it just makes a giant hunk of obsidian.
I'm unsure what use obsidian has, however you can most likely tell that to Willem. He's a blacksmith and might have use. He's a blacksmith and might have use for that type of material. I personally have no use for materials. Yes. Talking with Sabriel.
I'll go inform him then.
Yes. If you have the ability to create exotic or rare or hard-to-get materials, I would inform of all combinations that you know of.
Oh, yeah, I've discovered I can do a lot of that. I also like nearly grow plants, apparently. There's a student here whose magic is pollen, and depending on the mood she's in, his magic makes different things happen to plants. And so, if I just kind of throw like 3 of them on the ground in an area, insta-jungle.
I can see that being useful. Does that
Or
change
if she's
in different
upset, it
environments?
kills
If you were to do that in the desert, would they
Yeah.
just die?
No, it's her mood. So if she's happy and chill and everything, things grow. If she's upset, things die. So it just depends on how she's feeling when she helps me make the crystal. But yes, I've tested it in both ways, and yeah, if she's upset when I make them and then use it, everything dies. Like,
That's
really
irritating.
badly. It's kind of like grotesquely so.
Which
They,
student
like,
is this?
overgrow and then suck up all the neutral. It's the yellow blossom heifer.
I've not yet introduced to them, however, I have seen them.
Yeah, she's the one who can help me do that. Oh, also, I don't know how useful this one is, but there's people here that have blood magic, and so I can make blood bags. Lots of them.
That would be useful. Is Valkyrie aware of this?
Not sure. I think I told them? I don't remember.
Where's Mal?
Mal, that way. Sitting and talking, well, was talking.
I would say go tell him or Arlo immediately that you can produce blood bags. That's incredibly useful.
Understood.
And then, preferably, go tell Willem.
Can do. I'll
Hello.
hit first because I know exactly what it is.
I assume you are also a familiar? I suppose. Whose familiar are you?
Pull out like a slime crystal and like draw in the air a pair of Fane wings. It's light and fire mana.
Are you... Amaris's? I see. Also, because of the mana sight, what type of familiar are you?
It is a companion. It was a pre-existing creature before made a familiar.
Ah. I guess, what does its mana look like?
One's probably fire. It was from Phoenix Drop.
Understood. Well, I won't bother you. And thank you for the carrot. Are you practicing, Selrin? This is light, yes?
Yeah.
Is this something you've always been able to do, or is this something you learned?
Learned. The most I had innately had access to was just coding myself in my elements. And that ended up turning into my personal defense spell. This is learned after, same with the wall.
Are you constantly outputting mana? doing this, or is it a burst?
A burst at first with minor release to keep it maintained at the same strength, but I don't really lose much until it is attacked.
Hmm.
Most of the mana loss from this spell is from repairing and reinforcing areas of which take damage.
I'm curious about your ability to make it solid. All of my light magic is incredibly offensive. Though, I do have my own version of this. It's more rotating storm than anything else.
Best I can describe this is simply mana being the binding agent between light particles. It's the same for the wind. Use the light to our advantage.
Yes.
I'm simply practicing to see just how minimal I can get the drain of casting and maintenance. But once I have that down, then it's simply finding other ways to apply it.
I do not like the range of that ability. Not yours.
That is valid. No, I understand. I know what you're referring to. It is rather loud. I don't believe its effect actually travels our distance.
I would
If
hope
it did,
not.
I believe he'd die rather fast.
Has everyone killed him? Except for those who are immune.
Yes. I would also hope that it's controllable to not target his friendlies. Though it's unfortunate I can't look at him without much of a headache, unfortunately. Seems ineffective.
For the abilities they're throwing around, that arena is far too small.
Correct.
Kyo simply threw himself off the platform. Those fire bolts would strike anyone, provided they weren't being protected.
Mission accomplished. I've told everyone the things.
Good, including Willem.
Yeah. He says that he's excited to mess with magic crystals, and he says that obsidian is kind of meh. And I don't think he realizes what obsidian mixed with another thing can turn into.
If he's not, tell him. He's the one that can actually craft things to help the student body. I'm sure there are other blacksmiths, but I'm not as aware of them.
Do I technically count?
I believe so. However, he can craft gear.
True. I just shape things. So, like, if people need components.
Are you interviewing him?
I'm not currently.
No.
I'm the one that asked him to go inform you and other Valkyries of the fact he can create blood bags.
I was actually going to borrow him for something, actually, on the topic of ruptured mana veins and such.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
I currently feel free.
No, if you're not done with him,
No,
finish
we're
up.
just
He was simply reporting to me that he was finished.
Yeah, I was just
He's
telling him that
currently
I was
free.
done with what he told me to do, so I'm free. What's up?
Yep. Follow me real quick.
Alright.
There are still things I want to accomplish, at least in the time we have remaining. It was a good talk, Soren, but I'm going to get going.
Understood.
Yes, Surveillance?
I was told you wanted me for Oraclemancy.
Yes. Who told you that?
Sayori. She mentioned something of a club. And then she said since I was going to be casting some today, but I didn't know about. And then she mentioned something about you wanting it.
Yes. We will be. I'd only intended to grab you, since you're involved. I was actually going to go out and look for Sayori. I wanted to get started earlier.
Even game of keeping track of points. Yes.
I have Calvary, but I would like to bring up this as a
Do you need me at this moment?
I do not,
Or
no.
do you think you could...
Just a couple steps away is all that.
If you wish to go achieve something.
Very well.
I'm currently looking for Sayori.
Let's go see what they want, shall we?
Then, Blitz.
Yes. What is
Seeing as you're going over, could you
Yes.
ask Lance to talk to me after whatever this is?
Oh dear.
I just want to be able to, you know,
Open
like
the audio over
quiet
there, so I'm going
myself
to
without
be annoying.
jumping.
Use the darkness to my advantage. I'm not walking on you.
Oh, that's what you mean.
It's taking 3 means right now.
I know what you mean.
Is through injection, smoke,
Here it is.
inhalation and such.
Have you been informed of who's been added to my squad and that I will be squad lead for Archons on his absence?
I have. I'm aware, yes.
We know they were drained somehow, and we know that
is all.
their faces there was
Yes.
we don't know
Though,
exactly. The best we
it
can
doesn't
do
much
is
affect my side.
there were reports
I don't believe...
Just not to inform you since you're Calvary.
Lantern, it kind
Thank
of
you.
absorbing all the magic.
What happened to your throat?
Overtraining. I passed my limit for my house, so it's better, but it's fucked for the day or two.
Hmm. Well, thank you for informing me.
More fucked by you choose to speak all day today.
Shut up.
Why you booing me? I'm right.
You may want to listen to him. You won't be able to roar until after.
Can they get to your core?
Yes, I'm aware. So I'm whispering.
Hello, Mars.
Hmm.
Familiar.
Companion.
Assuming they're not someone like me who can, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hi. I don't really have much control over the situation.
Hmm. One of the new students. Not currently a priority. It's currently time. Invoke the stars. And she's not currently here. Wonderful. Fantastic. Where are you, Sayori? I have no idea what any of you are talking about. Symbol something Twitch Prime bot. There's a bot and like there, yeah. No. Yeah, they all are actually over there. Question is, where the fuck is Sayori? Where are you, Chibi? I've got stars to harass. I think I just found you.
Where's the flying fuck?
He's walking right to us.
I assume he's coming from there. I'm blind. Everyone's too high for me.
Hello.
This involves you should come over here real quick.
Does it? I'm looking for Sayori right now.
Yes, it does.
What is it?
So you know
available.
that too. So you know the Iron Dragon cavalry member that is underneath Raga's team, yes?
Yes, Osaru Saran.
Have you had your have any of you told him the fact that we're going to Israel in a tight, which I know the headmaster's already told him this, but I guess remind him that, yes, all of his magic is destructions, explosions, and all that. It's not going to be tolerated while we're in the towns, the bowels of Israel, or else he's going to break a majority of the town. Or has he been not told to, hold back a bit?
I had not explicitly told him, as I believe that would be common sense. Do you have a reason to believe he will?
I think so, but so far. With how he's sparring and how he's practicing his abilities to fight, it shows that it is his primary goal is to fight like that.
When practicing for the first time against the puppets that I presented, the only thing he wished to practice was a test of his strength, and seeing if he could fight them alone. He used all of his abilities.
It's quite interesting. No, you may finish.
He used all of his abilities, which half of them could and will break simpler buildings, especially down in the Undercity. Unfortunately, the only
So he
skill
doesn't
he
seem
has
aware
not
that
break
while
them
he's
is
there,
this one.
the only abilities he will be using is his axe?
It does
Seems
not
to be the
seem so.
case. Well, I guess that
Does not seem aware that that is the only skill.
I
that
believe
he
Israel is willing to
can
accept that there's
rely on.
going to be collateral during this. I don't think that we can
However,
explain away
to this
buildings.
extent,
No. Simple damage can be
Hardly.
covered by the school. And
I'm already well aware that I will be heavily restricted.
Are you not going down into the second level of Israel? More of the underground?
we are. The second
Shouldn't you
layer,
hit
not
the
the
walls, huh?
immediate bowels, but like the middle area.
But regardless, the fact that you're that you're not on the top floor means there's always a risk of a cave-in. It would be a shame if the walls collapsed on top of everybody else.
I mean, it wouldn't be a shame, that would be unacceptable.
Yes.
Yeah. An inconvenience.
Basic destruction.
No,
is more like
unacceptable.
I said inconvenience bare minimum. Unacceptable to the very top. Cause any amount of destruction with it. So if you're smart with it, sure the roads might get a little fucked up, but hell,
Most
even
of the
Cube has more common
destruction-
sense not to do it. Sorry, continue.
Of course. Most of the destruction should come from the enemies, if they choose to do so. It is our job to stop it, yes. However, it is unavoidable that the enemies will cause some destruction. What I don't accept is the category at which this
The
individual
only-
uses his abilities.
The only reason that I placed him on Ryga's team is due to the fact that I explicitly believed I had to. To include all
We have
cavalry
to bring the new
members.
cavalry members.
Yes.
And I yoinked song immediately, which I'm very glad I did. Because by the looks of it, the team
I
that
had
Ryga
not
has
thought.
picked is best complemented to Ryga, but not for...
I explicitly
Iron Man, yeah.
directed him on forming a team that was more focused toward perception and information gathering. The entire reason. Yes. I also explicitly
That team is
told
actually
him
funny.
that he had to take. Oh, sorry.
Nothing about that
Your
team
name.
is... Not to mention he
No,
grabbed the purple
there is
rock
one.
lady who grabs
Yes.
rocks and throws it.
She is the perception. She has tremor sense. She has the ability to craft walls and block off exits.
Oh, right. I almost laughed because she's blind, and then you brought up the tremor sense, and that makes more sense.
Yes.
going to
She can see 50 feet in any direction, as long as it's connected to the surface she's standing on.
My only concern is I haven't seen her much around the school campus besides that one day.
He has been here twice only.
Yes.
I'm sure a tremor sense will be quite helpful when there are tremors in every direction constantly being spotted by your team member.
He also cannot sense anything
I'm
too
aware.
fast, as she struggled to sense me while I was dashing.
That'll be fine at that point.
Which is why
I don't believe any of them are particularly speed focused as you are. The only cultist member that I can think of that be speed focused that we could possibly run into would be generals, in which case there are larger problems.
Of course. But there may also be newer types of members. I'm simply throwing there the fact that there are some
going to be
physical
actually.
ways to get away around that sense, as a jesting case.
I originally dreamed shit, meaning there's going to be new shit in Israel. We haven't
Though
touched
that is the
Israel
only
shit
concern
yet.
that I had.
And we do not currently know the Doppelganger's artifact,
Of course.
No, we don't.
or what it does.
We
The
also
only thing we
already
have
know that Doppelganger's watching us.
We have
'cause Winter
speculations, that's about
is
it.
watching Winter.
The last thing I will bring up is
The general
I would
can
like
watch
to
Winter
bring
all
up
at
to
once.
each team- I would like to bring up to each team that any excessive damage to the Undercity will be directly charged to the student, as long as it can be documented.
Which
You are now bringing to my
Please keep an eye on
attention that
people on your
yes, we're
side.
going to be putting out, at least from cavalry, a notice. Inside buildings, or directly related to civilian buildings, no using full abilities. I would have figured that would be common sense. However,
making people use their silly brains.
I would expect them to be capable of
never do.
thinking.
You already know they aren't capable of thinking. Fuck. Quarter of the students only think with their fucking lower head than their own actual brains.
I don't want to think about that, Blitz.
That's a shame. You want cavalry to deal with it like I have to. God
I will leave the
forbid
rest
half
of
the
this
questions.
discussion
I mean, in fact, we both have to deal with it because we're literally the ones in charge of the operation.
I told you it's a show.
Yes, which, so you're aware, I had
I'll be making my leave now.
I had a conversation with several of the teachers. On specifically you and my team, we are allowed 3 people to bodyguard us.
That's interesting because
Were you told something
You have
different?
a full team under your watch.
I got told that I was allowed to form an entire squad as a command unit, which I did 4 people.
Oh, so you were told something different.
Yeah, I talked to
Fairness,
Sayori
we initiated
directly.
the question.
Hmm. Hmm. Who do you currently have protecting you? Is it still just Silverlands?
Apologies. Miss Nova, Miss Gummy, Mr. Onyx, and Mr. Silver. Lance.
Hmm. In which case, I'm adding one to mine. I'll be taking Daniel.
Interesting.
I wish you
Considering
luck with
last
that
time
one.
when I spoke with you, you said you don't need anymore.
I don't. He specifically came and requested to be added. I've considered it. On the off chance that they have something that can be used against angels, he'll be needed.
Daniel,
Bait Angel be good.
isn't that the angel?
Yes.
Bait.
No, not bait. He has the ability to heal using light.
Oh. Okay, that is good for you then.
He is also a martial fighter.
Not the best martial fighter, but I guess he'll do.
I also have the new student, Impa,
Hmm.
along with Exaliel, protecting me.
Again.
I'm not too concerned.
The big red Oni bunch of muscles.
Oh, that one!
Oni Giant.
And then we swap to Yasuhina.
Hi, would Nikos
She's a really
and
good
James meet me
fighter.
at the front of the tree, please? Thank you.
Really good fighter. She actually helped me to train my team earlier. Even when she's on the verge of going into a fell, angry state when either hit by water or light, I'm not sure which was the trigger for it. When given a second, she was immediately able to calm herself down and get back into it.
Hmm.
One of the few students I've seen.
More than Kia was able to achieve earlier today.
Wow. That's quite
I know,
impressive.
right? It is, isn't it?
Well, he has
Surprised,
proved more
genuinely.
that he is not worthy to be picked on any team.
I'm simply glad he no longer represents Serenity.
He gets bitches?
Yeah,
That
it's
is
that
still
he's-
ironic.
His parents assigned it. It's assigned marriage from his
Oh.
parents that he's disowned.
So you're aware.
In regards to him,
Nothing gets past
I
me.
believe like
Hmm.
representing Serenity is a good thing that he doesn't do. Considering what he's
I
done,
said it's
could
good
consider,
he does not represent Serenity.
betrayal?
That is what I said.
Yeah. Politics are interesting. I thought they were boring, but there's some fun to it.
You enjoy the
outsider
scandals.
to mostly. A little bit, especially because not necessarily you, and definitely not you, Aura. A lot of nobles, like, you know, fucking what's his face from Pandora, the councilmen. They act like they're higher than shit, and they're untouchable because of their bloodlines, and they're better than thou bullshit. In reality, they're just like cockroaches like everyone else. No better than anyone
Well
else
said.
around them, yet they act like it.
Well said.
Exactly. Shit is still shit no matter how much sprinkles you pour on it. At least you two don't
Eloquent.
act high and mighty and actually get your job done. Guilty as charged.
I still think it's quite hilarious that going feral doesn't make Kyo a better fighter, it actually makes him worse.
That's what
He's
anger
depressing.
does. He,
His techniques don't improve, his strikes
along
don't
with
increase his
several
power, he
students
just
here,
attacks more.
have shown that they don't actually know how to be angry. They just know how to lose control.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
They could learn something, but they refuse.
But no one knows how to. Not to.
They don't truly know how to let it go.
I believe I said something earlier about Sayori.
Oh.
Was it you or Lance that mentioned that finding Sayori would be difficult right now?
Lance did, because everyone wants Sayori right now.
Hmm.
That's why I grabbed
I was
the
explicitly
auditorium
told to
area,
go.
the fucking cafeteria.
I was explicitly told to go ask her again about something about now. So I'm wondering where she is.
And Silas needed something from you, or and I forgot what it was.
Huh.
I completely got sidetracked.
Is a squad being deployed?
Hmm?
What?
I saw a whole
Wait.
group running into the exit portal.
I saw it as well.
A group of who, exactly?
I'm nosy, I'm curious. Let's go check.
Kokori
One of them was a
Mao.
moth.
Kinda
I
hard
see
to tell
them.
who else is there.
There's far too much obscuring even my mana sight here.
Should we just take a look from the sky? I have that privilege after all.
Yes. However, my curiosity is outweighed by the fact I wish to get this done. For that, I need to find Sayori.
Apparently she's busy doing a bunch of familiar shenanigans.
She told me
some other
she
things
finished
said.
with that.
She did say that she expected like 5 students to be hunting her today.
Hmm. And one of those is me.
Last time when I spoke with Sayuri, which was maybe like half an hour ago or so, she said she had to disappear and take care of something.
I see. Explains that. I went to check the area she must likely be in. If she was summoning familiars, she'd be in the ritual room. She was not. And I suppose, with lack of Sayori, this will at least be a time waster.
Very well. Shall we?
Yes, what is it?
Someone died, and they're doing a funeral service.
Wow.
I
Mal's
know what this is
mentor.
about.
Oh, tell. Someone who apparently taught Mal everything he knows died. And he's crying.
If that was the target, that would be the perfect time to strike. Oh well.
True, but he is important. Information goes through him, so it's best to be on his good side.
Hmm.
If I ever want things I need.
If that's the case,
Interesting.
I shan't bother
Give
him.
him space.
Will do. We can walk and talk. So you said you know someone passed away. What was it? Who was it?
Oh no, I think I had an idea, because wasn't it the execution date of that council mem about now as well?
No, I believe we've just currently hit the trial date. The trial is currently proceeding as we speak.
And who passed away?
Dolian is currently on trial. I believe, if I remember correctly, the actual execution will be 2 weeks from now.
So basically when we get deployed, the execution happens and...
Most likely will be too late. Which, it's also odd, because I doubt they've actually completed a thorough investigation into what he's done. The last time I heard an update about what he actually did was from the headmistress. And we have not had an update since. He was accused.
They're only relying...
He was accused by Electra of being the one to specifically... What was it?
The power out... No?
Yeah, specifically order the blackmailed to get the power outages. However, his reason for doing this, whether or not he's a part of the cult also being blackmailed, it was actually the doppelganger, I know none of this.
And from what I know, first to be able to get the other place, well, one, we still don't have a key ready, and from what I've been keeping track of when it comes to updates, we won't have that key until after we deployed.
Yes.
By the rate they're going.
And we also got a very not helpful answer from the stars. I specifically asked them about the orders of the mission. While they said that yes, getting Mentos into Yisrael would increase its chances, my specific question would be getting Mentos into Yisrael before the attack on Kaminari Alley significantly increase Yisrael's chances. The way it was answered suggested no.
I still have a fear which I hope is wrong.
And what is your fear?
It's about some of the Mentos' old notes and some of the wording the headmistress shows.
Which was?
My current fear is, you know the Luminary?
Yes. That's, if I remember correctly, that's Vane's task force.
I'm not too sure, though.
The Pandoran
From my
troops.
understanding about... No, not from what I understood.
The
They're
Luminari?
literal husks.
You're thinking of the Lumasi.
The Lumasi. My bad.
The Luminari
Apologies for
are
the
a
confusion.
task force in Pandora.
I meant the other ones, the husks. Considering
Yes.
the wording headmistress used and the wording in Mentos' letter, It almost seemed to me that he was aiming to become one of those.
To become a For what reason? There's no benefit.
I have no idea.
Can you point to me exactly where you've thought that? What he said exactly?
I don't have the notes on me right now, though. There's two
Hmm.
things that just
Hmm.
point towards it, though it's speculations and fears. One was literally that in one of his notes he had a sentence somewhat along these lines. One day I hope someone will find me and pick me up. Which can refer to his artifact instead of his actual body. Because Starborns, well,
I follow.
they have their artifacts, and that's a part. Secondly, one of his other things that he is referring that he potentially have to become the boogeyman if he has to. The boogeyman was specifically a word the headmistress used during the cavalry meeting for those husks.
Not quite. The boogeyman that the headmistress was referring to was doppelgangers, not the Lumasi. Boogeyman typically refers to doppelgangers. The Lumasi are far less known. That is, they are specific to Pandora.
Okay. Let's hope.
As Pandorans
right.
and whoever they come across, quite literally throw people into the pit. Travelers, merchants, I believe political dissidents. They get thrown into the depths and turned into husks.
I see. No, that even... Yes, by that logic, I can think about one reason. What if he's trying to get closer to a dark mana vein? Wasn't he infatuated with the original one that's responsible for that dark mana vein?
Yes. However, as far as I'm aware, Mentos doesn't actually know that he captured Kristen's soul. It was not the intention of that automaton to do that. I'm also unsure how it's even possible. As far as I know, Songbird was created decades after Kristen's death. Which certainly implies something about rulers, doesn't it?
It does, and another thing that also makes it interesting because, if I'm not mistaken, a spirit decades after their death should not be able to sustain themselves because they would just be leaking their mana.
Except her soul is still incredibly strong. Along with the fact that it seems it's being fed. I believe while Songbird was not originally intended from Mentos' notes, I'm not sure I fully believe this. It's fully possible that, yes, he constructed this shortly after Kristen's death, specifically with the idea of resurrecting her. I would actually like to rescind something I said. He is fully aware that he has Kristen's soul. He had spoken of wanting to resurrect her. I was looking for you.
Cool, I was looking for you.
Are we good to do Star Heraldry?
Yep.
In that case, could you gather... I don't currently know where Badal is. I believe Silverlance Garden. In which case, not a far trip from where we are. I believe I should gather Silverlance as well. I have far too many questions, I believe, for my own mana stores. At least with what Fury likes to take from me.
So I heard that right. You want to take Lance?
No, Silverlance. Silas.
The painter.
Oh, Silas.
Hmm.
Alright.
He's involved in oraclemancy, though he doesn't seem to be involved with Star Heraldry much. He seemed unfamiliar with the process. I believe he's over by the training area. If Badal is simply over here, I'll grab them.
You do that, and I'll get some.
If you'd like to continue to talk, Aura.
Well, that was just my only concern, though. It's unfounded, primarily. Though
I have a
another
multitude
thing,
of concerns about this entire thing, along with the fact that they're attempting to resurrect a ruler.
I won't lie, it kinda interests me in some regards. Not to bring back the dead, because that's foolishness in its peak. Though potentially restraining a spirit for questionings.
It's quite possible that their soul was actually trapped after death, until the automaton was finished. Badal.
Yes?
We'll be doing Star Heraldry.
That's good to hear. Now I have a small question that I'd like to ask. Would Letty be able to come along?
Is there something you'd like to ask?
No, not particularly.
Hmm.
What are you looking at?
I have no qualms with it.
Right. So it be.
Currently, the only one we're missing is Silverlance.
He's already in the ritual room waiting.
Of course he is. Do you want to continue to walk and talk, or regain this conversation later?
We can walk. Huh. I was not expecting a flower field.
I believe that's Nako.
Though, as said, it piqued my interest. Because, considering how even the father is apparently even capable of snatching people, I wonder how that process is actually done.
The automaton itself was filled with a flower that was sprouted upon Kristen's death. That flower has the unique ability to pull in spirits. However, what it actually does with these spirits, I don't know. Whether or not it's been slowly building up her soul using smaller ones. I can't tell.
A matter of fact,
I've tried looking at her mana stores, and it's simply the abyss.
a part of me kinda wanna study it. Or at least experiment to see if things of that nature can be replicated.
The automaton? Or soul capturing?
The soul capturing. Yes, because think about it. If we can stop, for example, the father from pulling away those souls.
Yes. We will need to figure out how to actually stop the father.
Actually, whenever that's... What flower was it specifically?
I believe... Started with an M. Marigold, I believe. Which that can be double-checked later as we continue through our notes. I will be switching topics once I enter this room.
Am I allowed to watch and listen, or shall we try to resume this at a later
If you
date?
wish, I have no qualms.
I have nothing else to do.
So you are already here, Silverlance?
Yes, my spirit's been playing with my brush while I was waiting for you.
Like the stars above. Please watch out for anything.
Did you say you have a spirit?
Not mine, but while I was walking around for a bit, one of them was tugging on my
There's been no spirit touch on this thing. Not a single ounce.
It's been drawing with the leftover ink from my magic and trying to paint things. Though obviously not too much avail.
That's not a spirit.
Then what is it?
Based off of the fact I see no evidence of a spirit, and considering how similar this is before, that's a star.
Oh.
Or some other entity. I'm quickly finding out there's entities I can't see.
Well, I could imagine.
So,
You know how seeing exactly.
the two new ones. Just to inform you, once this is going on, please do not open the door. And do not, if you hear knocking, do not open the door. Is that clear?
Then would you like me to start?
Yes.
Oh boy. Alright.
Judging from previous attempts, we're going to have somewhere between 5 to 6 questions. What questions do you have? Because I have plenty.
Not super particularly.
Hmm.
Didn't really plan on using any of my oraclemancy today, so if you have any, and then we get an answer
Well,
to something that
not
I'm able to place with your
oraclemancy.
questions of my own.
Your mana stores are going to be exhausted.
Oh. Then wait, what do you plan on having?
The
me do?
end
It's not
cost. No, the end cost of Star Heraldry, at least from what we've seen so far, at minimum, are your mana stores.
I've never
Hello, Fontaine.
on Star Heraldry. Miss Sayori. Are you busy at the moment, or am I allowed to borrow you for a quick word?
We'll be discussing
No one
questions.
starts without me.
I mean, I'd imagine so.
So what questions do you have in mind?
Specific questions that you could ask.
It depends on who answers.
It does.
Some stars know the answers and
You
some
can call them out by name. However, that leaves them up to who or not is going to answer. For you, considering this is the first time you've done this, I think you can simply ask who's going to answer. And we work with whatever star we get.
Though this may be my first time doing Star Heraldry, it's not my first doing divination. And it
And if
might
I
be
remember
different
correct,
in nature fully, but
you mentioned that you've already had interactions with the star.
Yes. The Star of Knowledge, I believe they said.
Other than what you've said, I'm not familiar with this one.
I wasn't either at first, but after a little bit, and the initial questioning we had earlier when I got my vision, and I was asked to actually perform my oraclemancy, they started theorizing things with me. Spitballing ideas. Obviously never telling me anything concrete or confirming, but proposing questions and theories with the scenario we saw at the moment.
Hmm. Stars can react to questions from other people not performing it. However, I can also ask the questions behind you and have you repeat them, instead of trying to give you a list of questions to remember.
For now, let's stick with just asking the question beforehand, and then I repeat it. I think one thing that might be true, unsure if it is, but potentially they are willing to answer questions from those that aren't the one channeling, but at a greater cost. So maybe if I'm the one to ask, it reduces the amount that it takes per question. Obviously depending on the question, but
I'm unsure what the effects are from them answering other questions. What, Sailor?
it would make the most sense to me.
Oh, yes.
Because theoretically, right? If I'm the one channeling, and the question has to go through me to another person,
It's
and the
not.
question is asked,
It's not a linear cost. The star can both increase and decrease the amount of mana it costs to answer questions.
I know.
At will.
But that's what I mean. If it's able to do that, why wouldn't it do it for people that isn't the one channeling?
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
That is possible.
It's not a matter if it's easy or not.
No, what you're saying is possible. We just have no evidence of it. It's also
No, I
probable.
I'm not saying it's confirmed. It's more of a theory, like I said. Not saying that it's happening guaranteed.
Actually, really quick.
I was going to say.
Can we be sure to lock the door before this?
Yes.
I would hope that...
Because last time it happened, multiple people ended up coming inside of it and disrupting things.
Could you do a notice as well that it's locked?
I can go put a wood wall in front of the door.
That would be appreciated.
Would the wood wall
You're going to
last?
say something.
I can do this real quick. Yes, give me 1 second. Let me make life a little easier. Can you lock the door for a second?
But, again, it's not a matter of whether it's easy or not. The question isn't a matter of the question is easy to answer. It's more so if they charge more mana per question that isn't coming from the user it's actually being channeled from. For instance, it's like...
One asking the questions whilst they're standing at the podium?
Potentially. We've seen...
I don't know what's going to happen if someone else were to walk into the circle while Star Heraldry is being performed.
If that's needed.
I'm concerned there's a merit to
I have more
trying it.
experience with divination. It'd be better for the experienced person to do it, rather than the one that's new.
Greetings, student body of Curiosum. Until further notice, the ritual room is going to be under lockdown. Please do not let fate inside. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Down, passive. I don't see the merit in actually having someone walk into the circle. We don't know what that would do, and I don't see any benefit.
Plus, I think we have opposing thing, right? I'm water dark, you're... what?
Water wind.
Oh, never mind, actually. It might not be the worst, but either way. You were gonna say something, right? I think they're...
Yes, I was gonna say. Yeah, because I'm thinking about it myself. If you guys need, I could always channel some of my mana into you guys. I've been told I have a almost freakishly large mana pool.
There might be a use for that, considering this has ended before with people having only enough mana to live.
Okay. So, everything is all ready now.
Are we ready to begin then?
In which case, we can get started.
Okay. Then...
take a few moments, but you're going to feel your mana rapidly drain a quarter of it down. As in front of you will be a silhouetted figure with a cloak over their body, holding onto a book onto their side. Most of their facial features hidden, but you're at least able to see their mouth with the grin, just swaying side to side.
So,
Ask them to identify themselves.
could you identify yourself?
I took you for a knowledge, not a guinea pig. Oh, nevertheless. Scholar.
So you're a scholar.
Nice to meet you. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily
You've met me before.
helping the person in question.
And that answers one of my
Those who seek
suspicions.
knowledge should seek it because they wish to, not because they're instructed or ordered to.
Maybe. But if I can help people doing this, then I will.
I suppose.
You should have known that. If you've been watching me as long as you have been.
We were actually directed to have a question specifically for you, scholar. Would...
Say something.
Oh, I'm going with this. That's fine. Surveillance. Would Mentos being present in Yisrael before the attack on Kaminari Alley increase the chances of Yisrael itself surviving?
Man, you have mouthful questions, huh? Would Mentos being in Israel before the attack on Kaminari Valley increase Israel's chance of surviving?
Those don't sound like your words, they sound like someone else's through your mouth. Unfortunate. Ask again.
Well, if they're going to be like that, ask away, Silverlance. You have your own questions.
I see.
I'd hope you'd be more helpful.
Well, maybe it's because you're asking. We did hear before they weren't, or some places weren't the biggest fan of your family.
I'm aware. However, I'd like to ask if they're fans or don't like my family. They won't answer me.
Well, that's actually a good question I'll start with from myself. Seeing if you know me as well as you think you do. My family has been at odds with Capellan for a while. And it seems some
You
of your
and the rest of Pandora.
I can imagine. Your kin also seem to have a distaste for them. Would you be able to tell me why?
It varies from star to star. I just don't like others pushing their ideals onto those who ask for questions. Knowledge learned because you ask, not because somebody else tells you to. It's not a fact that it's a Pelham asking me. I could care less. I prefer you ask.
A neutral star. This one's new.
Neutral star that's upset with me because I'm the one willing to offer questions for you. Makes sense.
Knowledge and scholars go hand in hand.
That does solve one of my suspicions, at least. That scholar and knowledge were the same.
Actually. Not requesting in terms of our interference, but the vision I saw when I first performed my own orgomancy. How much will be changed depending on action of us?
On the trial, or you mean down below?
Yes. Well, let's make two separate questions, one for each.
the trial, there's already interference.
From a star?
However,
Probably not from a star. Outside influence. Potentially the cult.
they've rallied a lot of representatives of certain genres. Namely, your headmaster in Israel currently, during the hearing, requested by Oswald, so there's already involvement. However, she can't change the answer.
Dolian will be put to death then.
Every effect, there's a cause, and cause to effect. You need one for the other, and there will always be punishment or certain justice. In that vein.
I'm not going to give you a direct question, Silverlance, but I will give you some goodbye, Silverlance.
The stars have flamed him.
Apparently so.
Damn, Charon. I didn't do that. Probably the Void or Charon did. I did nothing.
Is the Void a general term, or are they also a star?
The void strikes again.
I'll wait till he's back then restart.
I will say, like, while I've been doing this, she's just been, the figure's just been, like, flipping through different pages of a book, back and forth, back and forth.
Apologies.
Did you hear me?
By the way, you were saying... No, I did not.
I'm not going to directly give you a question, but I will give you some background knowledge. Scholar's name was directly mentioned when we were previously asking that question about Mentos being present in Yisrael, and whether or not Yisrael would even survive if we don't get Mentos into it before. When asked to another scholar, they said that it's a question that should have been asked to Scholar.
The only problem is, theoretically, as much as I might want to ask that question for my own mouth, they know now that the main question, at least, isn't coming from me directly. Which they don't seem too
No.
big of a fan of.
But now that you have the background knowledge, aren't you curious to the answer?
A bit. I won't lie.
Now it's your question. Scholar?
Would be really dependent. My words would be technically coming from me. So yes,
I would say
similar
make
to the
this
question.
your final question. You're already up to 3.
Unless it feels struck, but that it seems more your taste than most.
Well, I already told you I don't really know you that well. I'm not willing to make full deals. Not just yet.
Oh, I didn't mean it for you. I was more commenting on that.
I know.
History proves it.
But I'm letting you know that now, so you at least have the knowledge. You seem to like that. But I am a bit curious on it myself.
That's it.
How much
You may
would
continue.
Mentos actually impact the survival rate of Israel? Seeing it's more of a question for you.
They're going to instantly slam their book. That all over front to back. Just a amalgamation of symbols and sigils. I assumed so. There's just an entirely different language on both scrolls, front to back.
Whew.
Man, it's getting a lot of people today, huh?
Can we check the connection of the ritual room?
The specification onto it. Oh, it's a loophole. Are you asking?
Scholar,
As
you keep cutting out. For 20 seconds at a time.
I think it happened again.
It happened again.
Man, this is am I that low on mana? Is that what it's trying to tell me? Is it?
Void take it. Am I alive currently?
You are. The last thing you said was slamming the book shut.
And a bunch of sigils.
No, it skipped there.
So they're going to slam their book together as beside them will appear two separate scrolls. The language I had told you earlier with just a bunch of symbols that it was near nauseating of the amalgamation is just that front to back all over. It's an incomprehensible language. Just an amalgamation of sigils.
Can I attempt to recreate it in my book?
Wait,
You can try. I roll for your attempt.
what element?
That's fine. I'll use my advantage now if I can.
You can't even read it, Todd. 17. Fuck you. You're fine.
Pod 2.0. Anywho. They wouldn't count for a question, more of a clarification upon one from my understanding. So, technically free of charge. Okay. So, to make sure I'm understanding your question, would Mentos' existence in Israel with your...
You cut out again. Sorry, Scholar.
If Mentos being Israel will have an effect on your event down below.
Is that the name of the place?
The name of the place is Kaminari Alley. We are not actually too concerned with the second layer of Yisrael. I'm more concerned about overall what we're going to do.
Is down below.
Oh, well, that clearly...
Yes, I'm aware.
Be that free of charge.
I don't care about Kaminari Alley. I care about what's going to happen after.
Oh, well, then, I mean, that still kind of... I don't really know if that counts for mine, but... Then...
I can catch you up on it after.
Yeah, it would be nice. More or less, with Mentos being there, whenever or before that attack, would it actually even impair the odds, survival rate of Israel at all? And if it is it big or small?
Well, depends which fate you follow. If you go through the outcome of guillotine or the outcome of laceration. So, in longevity, yes, longevity terms, Mentos being there would assist in Israel's balancing factor. Currently, if I'm to take a little glimpse into that outcomes,
guillotine or
the
salvation.
hearing is actually happening right now.
As I predicted.
Bullions on center stage.
Except, from your vision, wasn't the execution going to be 2 weeks later, before we even arrived?
No, it was 2 weeks from when we did it. Which technically would count as now.
So yes, 2 weeks from now, what I just said.
Wait, say what you said again. Did you say that his judgment day would be 2 weeks from now?
Scholars talking about 2 different outcomes. Guillotine or salvation. If that's referring to the trial, we have no way to impact that.
Right.
If it's already stated in the vision that Dolin is going to be executed.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. In the vision, there was 2 different outcomes that I saw that the others didn't. What I saw was that either 1, they were killed, or 2, they were imprisoned. I was never given any dates on how long they would be imprisoned for, but it's one or the other. Which is why they mentioned the 2 different outcomes.
In which case,
The hearing is currently ongoing, happening right now.
as I thought.
However, with that said, Currently, with his dethronement of the Undercity's council role, currently Wolfram will be taking over that department. The Armory and Weaponry Council of that nation of theirs. You'll be taking over on the Undercity until further notice. Mentos returning before your little event in a while longer. Longevity-wise, would actually be positive for you. He gives the other councilmen a break from having to do back and forth. The other term, not even a Pelham at their full strength and adulthood can outrival a ruler. Not even professors. At least ours could.
It's no bad news.
Hmm. So you say, scholar.
Technically, it wouldn't spark a war. However, having him back would add stability.
Preventing your collapsing. That makes sense.
Longevity terms, yes, he would help. However, he can't stop what is to be done. Not in the way you're thinking.
I see.
It'll mean Yisrael at least still be standing. Especially after the council set themselves up for failure.
And not intentionally.
Maybe not intentionally, but they restricted themselves. They still need to sleep. They still need to
Somebody
eat.
informs the one in primary evidence. Don't trust anyone. What do you think will happen?
Like Creed.
Said that would probably be my last. So I will probably cut this short here. Thank you again
Of
for
course,
listening
Silver.
to me. And
Of course.
I know you had distaste in the beginning for my reasonings, but I do hope to potentially.
I'll keep in contact for your little book.
Oh, okay. Then
Very well then.
see you around.
Your mana is tanked. You have a quarter left.
And there it goes. Now that it's no longer dark. Are you going to die, Silverlance?
No. It's just exhausting.
In that case, you most likely don't need Nako.
No.
Because this has been done before, where someone was.
I see. Sayori. With your permission, after they do their whatever they wish to do, would you allow me to do my own oraclemancy to actually see the trial?
Not
Could
with.
give us insight.
I need more mana to do that.
I'm willing to sacrifice it if I need to. If it gives us more information that can help us.
Nako.
No, that would mean you would be killing yourself.
No. I've done this type of stuff
Do you
before.
mind if I
know my own.
And if he had more mana,
He could continue on.
in which case you offered earlier, Nako, is that still available? When it comes to that, I'd like you to top him up.
I'll see what I can do.
Do you mind if I go next?
Feel free. I was going to have Badal go next. I didn't know if you had an interest in it.
No, I have other questions that need to be answered.
Do you have room for any of mine?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Unfortunate. However, there's probably something to be learned from yours.
Before she begins, she's going to prick her finger, draw a small little crescent moon, Oh, dear Moon, please answer my calling. How are you doing today, love?
Hello, darling.
I hope everything is well.
As a quick note for the three people in the room, a tall feminine figure with a long black cloak, long black hair draping around the floor, standing at nearly 10 or so feet tall, just laying onto her side, tilting her head, just looking down at Sayori. Her body shifting between either the human form to a crescent moon, just back and forth, flickering.
I've been fine for the most part. How about you, my lovely?
I've been okay. My trip to Ontario could have been better, but no, I can't really complain.
I don't
Do you mind?
Well, what is it you have for me?
My first question is, I wish to know, is there a war between fate and the stars?
However, I can answer the fact that it's not that we're at odds.
My dear Moon, you cut out.
Everything before, however, was not said.
I cannot answer that. I can't say. I would if it was my turn with the ritual room.
Say again, you cut out again. Heavily.
If it's an internet issue, I would suggest heavily turning on hide by distance. Oh.
Oh.
They just died.
Apparently, my advice was too slow.
Oops, I just loaded the wall outside. Let me go fix that real quick.
They do love to throw shots at my family. However, I'm not intimidated by stars.
Woe, mana be upon you.
Now go hit him harder with the stick for sure he's filled up to the max.
Oh, I got you. Oh, come on. Why are you back here? You don't belong here.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna go ahead and say for all of us that didn't happen.
Yeah. By the way, we have a crowd waiting outside.
And they can wait.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, they'll be waiting the whole time.
I'm not surprised. I'm sure they're going to ask as many questions as they wish.
I'm going to scream at Helios. Jesus, hello.
Hello. Anyways. Oh, what were you saying, my dear Moon?
As I was stating prior, I can't answer that. However, I can't say that we're at odds either.
So it sounds like Colorado is a more of type situation. Understood.
Depends on what you see it as and the situation to present. Each case scenario is different, especially with how fate runs.
My second question here for you. I was recently asked if you would know a way to fix a starborn relic.
Well, of course I do. They're my children after all. I made them. Why wouldn't I know how to fix them?
May I ask how?
I can't tell you that, darling. There's a reason why no one in the Vandiles knows.
Fair enough.
What is that reason?
Apologies, can't answer that.
Why shouldn't we know?
Answer is no. Apologies. I heard something else in the wind currents.
Fair enough. I was trying to remember what
I
my
would
third one
answer things
was.
when it comes to Starborns, but... I would answer things when it comes to Starborns, but unfortunately... things had to be arranged.
Are Starborns like them? Like the other stars before being sent down? Did they used to have titles?
Sorry, I'm trying to
Next
remember what my
question,
third question was.
You're like fell in love.
You once spoke to me about my fate, and you said you wanted to change it. Is there a specific reason why you want to change it? Except for messing with fate.
Fate is sometimes cruel and ignorant. Not everything is the same answer. No two people are the exact same. The mold always changes. I couldn't bear that fate on anyone.
And so
If
you
I had
can
a
say
mind,
that
I wouldn't be away from my children either.
So I can assume that you are on my side then.
Of course.
Odd
There's
presumption,
another
Sayori.
question, but I don't think I can answer it or ask it mixed questions. But seeing as I can see you sometimes, maybe a small nod would do. And if you wish to take mana for it, I don't mind.
Help yourself.
But besides that, I think that's all the questions I have.
Of course, darling. I'll see you later then.
Of course.
To the rest of you.
Elsie.
Better seeing you always. If you see Bjorn, tell him an apology for me.
Oh, dear.
That's what he goes by now, isn't it?
Yes.
Hmm.
Thank you.
I will.
Hmm.
Farewell then, everyone.
Have a good evening, Moon. That wasn't a full confirmation. That at least lends more to my idea.
Next on the list.
That we are currently speaking to pre-fallen Starborn.
I believe you wanted Europa to go next, yes?
Yes. It's currently your turn, Badal. Do you intend to call down Rest again?
Depending on the star that I call down, I have a different question. Although, I do want to inquire about the star of Unity.
I also had questions about Unity. Would you like to hear them before you start?
You may share them.
Are there any other stars like Unity that have disappeared? And what was Unity doing or responsible for before they disappeared? Rest spoke before that Unity disappeared when Kristen died.
We seem to have a similar mindset then.
Hmm. Especially because these stars seem to take offense with me asking questions from the sidelines.
It might have mostly just been mine, since there's the whole knowledge thing. They didn't like me asking questions from another person rather than my own.
Hmm.
Though they don't seem to like you too much, and it seems like a 50-50 on whether they like you or not.
They seem neutral. Or I presume they're neutral to my family. I also don't care much.
I mean, sure. You don't have to care for it, but it's more of a...
I ask kindly
They just be upset with me.
for those who are willing to speak, to share their knowledge with me, if they may.
You're gonna. Ooh, that's still on. Get the fuck up.
Oh, okay. For a moment, you're going to hear knocking on left and right of you when you ask that question. In front of you, you're going to see Scholar to the right, and to the left, you're going to see Rest.
Well,
Hello.
Which one do you put more of your mana focus onto?
oh, we have choices now. Fuck!
I'm not sure. My gut is telling me Scholar.
Understood. Rest is going to quickly just kind of give you a nod, and just you see them fall backwards as they just go right unconscious. As just a puff of stardust swirls around the room. As Scholar stands in front of you, holding onto one of their books, before snapping it and looking towards you.
It's a pleasure to be speaking with you myself.
But
I have, but
interesting methods. Okay. How can I help you?
I have but two questions I would like to personally ask.
Hmm.
One of them. The first one. As I've been curious, since the last time I attempted to speak with the stars, this individual did present themselves to me, but for a fleeting moment. The Star of Unity. Is there anything that they were doing before becoming...
When you mention their name, you just see them grip onto their book as a crack is heard around the room.
Hmm.
What What exactly is it that you're asking, Vidal?
There was something that happened that led them to be chained. And they were one that was summoned when I attempted to reach out. If this is a sensitive subject, then I do understand. And we can skip it if it's something that is entirely needed.
It's a questionable judgment. However, none of us have gotten to talk to them since Crescent started. Or well, that's what fate calls Pandoran Serenity's pit.
I see.
We started seeing them less and less, and upon Kristen's death, nothing.
Thank you for letting me know.
Crescent.
Now, there's one more thing that I would like to offer to you, or ask, in this setting. Now, it's more of an open-ended thing. I am, again, understanding if this is not something that you are capable of doing. But if there is anything that you are in the know of that could potentially, whether it be a statement, a vision, something that you can show me that can aid us and the students of Curious Academy, I am willing to take the burden of it and hearing about it.
So many trials and tests and tales for you all. What in specific are you asking? The end?
If there are any warnings that need to be put into place.
There's too many to count, which is why I ask you, specify. Which chapter, which part of the book? I can tell you
general-
all the endings.
Without killing Badal?
Pardon?
A general question, hearing about the end? You don't think that's going to have a cost?
Not far.
I don't kill people for knowledge.
In which case, I have no more qualms. Continue.
I just do what fate tells me I have to. What is it your question is exactly?
If there's a thing that is going to happen in our immediate future that you would like to warn us about that you haven't had the chance to already.
What has fate asked you to do recently?
Feel free to show me. If not, if there's anything else you would like to show me, I'm willing to hear it.
An ending. At least a nearby one. If you
Yes.
and Israel doesn't fall, but you do not remove the proprietor behind it all down there. That cult has access to every single Magitech weapon of this Vandals. All the advanced technology, equipment, alchemical means that not even the rest of the world, not even Interia, will have. Not even Mythans can protect itself.
I see.
However, it's not just Israel, not just Neptune. Their order is Lexion. Originally, it seems that Israel was meant to be targeted last year. Or, in another case, 2 years from now. Something keeps pushing the cog further and further. But my only warning I can give you...
How can there be Both multiple endings and hard dates.
Make sure you cherish the memories you have now.
How can they say so confidently that they're not meant to meet us for another
For
year?
those around you.
Unless that was literally not a possibility.
Just because history shows one opportunity doesn't mean it's limited to just one. That's ignorant thinking. There's always other outcomes. You just need to be open to them. But if I can give you any warning with the Israel specifically, out of kindness, count your men. Count your men.
Indeed.
I would be careful because they can hear you.
Thank you for the warning.
Of course. Hello, Julius.
Right.
Professor Fontaine.
Starborn. Which means he was once one of you.
I don't think that's the case.
No. So the Starborn are different.
You'd be brought back in. Yep. If you try me again, your artifact may break you in a visit on your person. I'd be careful. Little scholar advice.
Look, I'm a person of research. When I'm told I can't go somewhere, I figure...
Yes, and the moon had fun making you.
That is very vague, but okay, I'll take it, I guess.
As are a lot of these conversations, Fontaine.
I figure.
Any other question you have of me, Adal?
The doll.
Yes.
Aren't you curious about what Unity was doing before they disappeared? What were they doing before? What exactly do they do? They have titles. It means they have functions.
The stars before they fall, you mean?
They have aspects. That means they do things.
Indeed they do. Although
So
I think
what?
pressing this hard seems to have brought fate in.
Fate's coming whether we like it or not.
With things such as this, we need to be careful. You saw what happened last time with me, did you not?
Yes, I still don't know the details. I'm not concerned about Fate's influence in here.
The presence of... What were you curious about, again?
What was Unity doing before? Were they responsible for something? Were they doing something? Am I unclear?
That does seem to be a good question. I may repeat it. What was the Star of Unity doing before everything happened?
It's not my question anymore. I just planted the seeds.
They were with freedom. But now freedom's missing too.
There are more. All right.
I'm assuming there's no idea as to where their whereabouts would be. That would make sense considering they're missing.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were thrown into fate's chains.
Fate's chains? You mean the same chains that we saw Unity surrounded by?
Which those specifically were dark and light.
Does
When
the
an
mana type
event
have anything
locks
to
us
do?
away, no, it does not. The stars come and locked away when misbehaving. That's one option.
So you do have rules. You have behavioral structures. You have things you can do and things you can't. There's a punishment system.
More punishments to mortals than I. For us to bring those they're about into this world. They're bound.
That would make sense. Is there any way to release these chains?
The unity? If I knew, I would have solved it. I wouldn't have cared if I lost my own.
I see. Because I would be interested in speaking with them. As I feel as if I might have a connection. That is all.
I'll give you one thing for free, but
You may.
They left, or at least that we know they left, was when a war was sparked that resulted in the entire Vandiles destroyed. It's not healed since, and some practices continue.
Are you... That implies that their actions are to blame to some extent.
Fate
At least that's what I'm
everyone in the right direction they want. It's just up to you to choose if you listen.
I see.
Would you release Unity because you believe he's innocent? Or because you care for him?
You're gonna see them stiffen up and grip onto their book, digging their nails into it.
Forget I asked.
Right. I know it might not be much for me to say, but I do wish that this will be solved. I thank
It'll be
you
solved if some
for this
parties could get
conversation.
along, but mortals do not think consideration. But knowledge does not have emotion, does it? As she claims multiple times. Anything else but dull?
Not for me, no. I'll leave you be. Thank you.
Farewell.
That was informative. Now, I believe I heard the conversation that you wanted to go next, Fontaine.
I have only one question, that's all.
Mr. Passive Pluto, your mana will tank halfway, a little over halfway before just going back to quarter. You're going to hear in your words, apologies. And then nothing.
And so knowledge talks about not having emotion, yet does.
Alright, fine, I'll put my trust in you for this.
You have significant mana. You'll probably actually be better off than we would.
Actually, it's better for Starborns to do Star Heresy.
That tracks.
I've never dabbled with it because I've always been just stuck in a room doing runic studies. Not my fault.
I'm just saying, it's better for your race to do Star Heresy in general.
Basically, you'll be better off than we would if we were in your position.
Fair enough. In any case, I have only one question.
Place your hand upon the book and call upon the stars. And see who answers.
I'm actually more curious about who answers you.
I'm curious myself to see who answers in this case.
I feel bad a little bit, but he is a researcher. Knowledge goes hand in hand.
I mean, is there any certain wording I need to say? Or do I just need to keep my hand on the book?
You can call out to them.
Upon the stars.
So just what I call Fontaine calls upon the stars?
You can include wording like whoever wishes to answer. Hello, Fate.
When you call upon the stars, there's going to be immediate series of bangs on the wall before instantly silenced with a rapid hush as the entire room fills up with many figures, their exact features, and in front of you will be 3 figures, one standing at 10 feet, one standing at 9, and then one standing towards 20 feet. There will be a few moments before the other 2 are just silenced as a very tall feminine figure with a cloak hair, instead of in her prior laying position, is instantly standing up.
What the fuck was that?
Into the walls before down to your height. Her body fluctuating between a crescent moon and a human-esque female figure.
Oh, hello, moon.
That tracks.
Well, fair enough. I take it then you're familiar then with a Starborn.
Well, I made you, so yes. You've gotten a lot better than I remember.
Oh, very funny.
No, as in you got muscles on your bones, or well, lack thereof, but figuring. It's a good thing. You're healthy.
This is a new side of the moon.
This is not what the book said how to be a mother. Anyhow, how can I help you?
Trying to figure out an answer to a question. Mostly because I'm trying to aid a fellow Starborn in this case, one of my students. I need to know how to fix one of our artifacts if it's damaged. Keep in mind that... I just need to know an answer, and from what Miss Sayori has told me, you apparently cannot give the answer. Though, I'm very much someone who is willing to put forth my students before anything else, so if well, my question is then in this case, what could I possibly do to bypass whatever deal you've made to get an answer? I care
When you
more
mention
about
the deal, the entire room's going to freeze over with icicles forming at the floors and towards the ceiling. But while you're speaking, a few other cloaked figures pull through the crowds, just standing at each and every diamond point in the circle.
Apologies. A little hard to calm down that. I can't change that. I can't break that deal. I've tried. Trust me, I have. You can be angry at me. So can the rest of my children because I left. And I'm sorry. But I can't break that deal. I have tried. Millennia I have tried. Fate won't let me. The only way I could let you go is if I let the way.
If you what?
You wouldn't be happy.
Come again.
The only way I could have let any of you go is if I let them have their way.
I'm gonna need a fucking mod at this point. This is
Their
annoying.
artifact is damaged, correct?
Yes, it's the artifact's taken the form of a pocket watch. It's got a crack on the actual glass part of it. I even tried testing by seeing if an artifact is damaged and, well, if it gets reattached in this case, with the example of my artifact, I tore a page out of the book. And I tried to
Do
reattach
not
the
do
page.
that again.
Yes, I figured, considering the fact my vision got a little blurry. Look,
It's beyond just your memories. Apologies.
You really are his mother.
I figured.
I may be able to fix it. It would fall in line.
You said there's a loophole. Are you able to tell me what that is then?
I can't. There's a reason why I can't see my children unless they do come up here.
Alright.
They'd rather it that way.
Damn, that was a second question too. Well, it's a shot, but I could try this then. At least for our last question. You said that you cannot tell, obviously, how to fix it. That there is a loophole. My own
I
last
can
question
fix
would
it.
just be... You can fix it.
It's not cheap, but I can.
Of course
Theoretically.
I can't ask you how, because...
I can speak in theoreticals. That doesn't go against fate. Theoretically, if the gateway between stars and mortals is slightly cracked open, we can go to Inferno. As long as it's not for more than 24 to 48 hours, fate can't go inside.
Breaking the door.
Are we doing this again?
Oh boy.
If it's broken, I could leave, and I could fix it. However, I can't promise that our mana pool will be the same.
Fair enough. Well, that's speaking in theoreticals then. Well, I do still have that question, at least that last question I wanted to ask. And this theoretical, as you've given me, does at least give, well, an option to ponder. I have one last question then. So, you said you can't break that deal. You also said that you can't give the answer as to, well, how to fix it. Now, last question I have then is, in terms of how to fix it, if not using your theoretical, I just want to know, is it something that is within the Van Dials that can possibly be found?
No.
That is where my concern was. Great.
They stated previously,
There
Fontaine.
was one.
That's new.
Well, they stated yes that they can't. I can't say
That we are not allowed to know how to repair it across the Van Dials.
I took
There
that
was
more as they
somebody who
can't
did.
give us the exact.
I can
Let me
take a guess on that.
Well, actually, no, I already asked my. That was already my third question.
I
Damn it.
can answer that for free as I proposed it.
In that case,
There was somebody I bestowed a pupil go down below to the mortals to protect my children. Fate killed them. They weren't even allowed to go back into spiritual form.
Pupil.
If I could have done it, I would. If I could fix it, I would, but I cannot. Or else the red would be brought back, or worse, killed. See, I'm understanding that protection is under a lot of us all. I told you the theoretical. I've told you a way. Up to you if you take it.
Something I'll definitely have to ponder, because I know that Virtues and probably the headmistress will be on my case if I
Awfully
do it.
man.
Hmm.
But it pissed off Fate.
Yes.
It seems like a lot of things piss off Fate. So I don't think
I think we should do it again.
Everything that we're currently doing goes against fate. That's why it angers them. As for...
Oh, Virtues, now you're trapped in here.
Let's not break the door before we're finished.
Am I good to
Oh,
leave
I'm fine
this
with
circle,
that.
by the way, or am I just stuck here?
I can let you go. You just say farewell. But I have one personal request. Please be
Yes.
good. That's all
I
it is.
try. I mean,
That's all I
I don't
know.
know how much. I don't know how much you keep a track of me then, but understand I've devoted my life to not only research, but keeping everyone that I care about safe. The students, my coworkers,
She's going to
and
put a
especially
hand
my
to your
own kind.
head ruffle. She's going to ruffle through your
And-
hair, leaving stardust speckles around.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay then. Farewell.
Farewell then.
You're still stuck in the room.
I know.
You'll be stuck until fate decides to leave. Also, hello, Virtues.
Would we love to test the oraclemancy tonight? Proposed earlier.
I still want to go.
Theoretical
I was going to say.
answer to a
I
question.
do not think I would also want this.
And thank you, Naga, for the...
No, I don't really like it.
No problem. I can't promise how long it'll be, but it's something.
Time to talk with Fury.
But look, if we do so, we can get one of our students who is a Starwander artifact fixed. You know how much those things are actually important to us.
I'm Irenaeus Pelham. I call upon Fury to answer questions.
How many times has the door been?
Greetings, Bellum.
Hello again, Fury.
Pleasure, pleasure. How may I be of company today?
Siva, do I see the red strings everywhere again?
Yep.
and there's a lot more.
I'm gonna grab one and pull.
I'm going to be turning this off because I'm going to have to explain this. Either not there be echoing. You're going to feel as if your wings are being pulled at the base when you do that. The harder you pull, the harder those wings are going to be popping. I wouldn't recommend that, Pelham.
So that's what that does.
I'd burn them if I could. Trust me, I hate the limiters.
Limiters. Is that what they are?
That's what I call them.
Are they what they think they are? Are these fate strings?
I can't answer that, unfortunately, but I won't say that you're wrong. If fate is here, I'm not saying anything.
I can work with that.
I can't say with certainty.
They're more than before.
Rather not be like Unity.
That clarifies. Oh boy.
I know you're always a stickler. And I know it's
There are more than there were before.
I know I give you slack. I know I give you
Do you know why?
I poke fun at things like
You're following her order.
just good reason.
Why else?
I know that you have good intentions, and you know that I have good intentions.
Of course you do.
I follow serenity and I follow my family. I do not follow fate.
You say that.
Look, I'm not too sure if you were looking into this.
Fine.
For the sake of how
You said previously
serious I am being about
that fate
I even did some
directed you to select me as your pupil. What happens to a pupil?
Can't answer that.
on my own artifact. I ripped a page out of what I chose.
Trust me, I hate the rules. I would tell you because I know it would be very fascinating for you and more fun that way. But I won't make you pupil. Like Fate's protest that I should.
You're not going to.
That does prove that you're dedicated.
You have room to grow, and besides, the Pelham that I see needs work. I also don't like people who don't embrace their own lives.
Possibly it can retain its memories. I tried nothing. So I've lost a memory.
Then I'm surprised you like my family.
Violent bloodshed is independent.
Wasn't anything
You do it because you want to. You do it because you love the adrenaline and the rush of it all. But you get shackled.
gluing it back on is when it fixes
That's my forte.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yes, I'm being told by the person who apparently made me.
I understand that.
There's a lot to think on.
We can't, theoretically.
How would my family leave for each other?
Then we can go ahead and just.
We have our pleasures.
We can just do it real quick. Just handle it and then fix the door before anything gets.
You said previously that I was smarter
I trust I were enough with all
than previous Pelhams you've met before. Which Pelhams have you met?
Nothing is out of the ordinary.
I only bet one Pelham.
I would at least hope that she's able to.
She has no control over that. Once the thing's broken,
Which one?
I have to repair it, which cuts all the stones out.
Yes.
Can't answer that.
Fate comes through.
Yes, what I'm saying in the sense of.
But you're more like him than you
Be
think.
able to, even hypothetically, can I have a way to at least kind of give us a like, hey, shit's about to get bad. You know, I don't know how Oraclemancy works still. I don't dabble with it. But it's still something that might be able to work.
Do you know what Unity did and why? What the relation is to Crescent?
I mean, I'm not going to just be. Do you honestly think I'm just going to go ahead and be a lunatic and just.
Oh, you're talking about the war. What about?
Yeah.
What, Unity?
Yes.
I want to be fair. If it was just
Why are they shackled?
this would not. I would not budge on this. You're talking about.
I can't answer that.
Because of course she just does it because it makes her own girlfriend happy.
Yes, and I don't care about that. I care about the betterment of my people.
The moon, fuck. Sorry, apologies.
To the fucking moon, I don't care. I care more about the fact that I want to make sure
Several stars that we keep summoning keep mentioning
one of my kind,
that we're meeting them a year early.
whatever circumstances, they may have just gotten.
Why specifically a year? What event was meant to cause us to
Some
meet you?
cases 2, some cases 5, like that fuck nugget.
Oh, you don't like the
Rain is
Fallen?
the when fate decides it should be fair. Oh, I don't care for the fallen. I'm talking about the fucking white one.
Fontaine.
Yeah, that one. Fate decides things in the linear order. That's how they like it.
Theoretically, if I were to not have limiters, what would theoretically happen?
Do you know if with oraclemancy,
You'd be an angel.
I'll speak in
I am an angel.
Not with that thing you are.
for example, if things are going to get bad, is there any sort of like signal?
Are you suggesting I'll become an angel if I rip off my wings?
You could. Oh, you weren't told. That's why she says you're blind. Okay, now I understand. I didn't think I'd be the one to burst your little bubble.
Would you prefer it to be someone else?
It's just a crack.
Realistically, do you think
It's more fun this way.
think that would fix like crack?
I have no concept on this.
Faye is the one that shackled you and your kind. You guys would be fine without him.
Or we could take 30 seconds.
I'd rather take the chance.
Why?
Of breaking the door.
Why what?
Able to fix it.
Why did fate do this?
Who knows? Best case scenario?
You think I know? If it was up to me, the Giants would be free. If it was up to me, there'd be a lot more races in the Vandiles I would have lived.
What? Yeah, it's something I would.
If it was up to a lot of the stuff we let go, trust us, you'd be better off.
Until everything's done.
Well, yeah, no, of course, not right now.
No shit. I will consider, but this
He's a stickler for things, or the amalgamation.
Okay, to be
I
He
have
is a
heard.
stickler.
okay, in my defense,
I have heard that not all stars are against fate. Which stars are with fate?
for the premise of like, if it gets fixed,
Can't answer that.
but you best believe that I'm going to look at science and say it's up to you to make sure this thing.
I agree with fate for the most part. I just don't like the idea of limiters.
I'm not going to
Agree with fate about what?
just keep poking the dragon and trying to yank a tooth out of it.
Their views on the world. Their views on how the Vandiles should be.
Fate does have a plan, alright.
They have a plan for everything they let out.
Everything
that breathes in the Vandiles, there's a plan for it. But
Except
unless you're Fallen Fucker 1, White Fucker 1, and Demon Fucker 2, Fate Breakers, all of them. No, you don't! When it comes to Fate Breakers, they're the one things that are out of her scope. She can make plans for them, sure, after they've deviated their path. They'll try to redirect, but they're the ones that can be, well,
Being told that it's like, oh,
Fate has a harder time getting their hands on.
fuck, I can. And Trust me, it wasn't fun going back to my office for a split second being flung back here. I felt like whiplash. Now time I ever feel that kind of like, what is it, anything close to what people refer to as like a headache.
I miss
I
the
usually have no idea
rage
what that
filled
would be.
days.
Maybe
I
when I
miss
spar,
them.
that's pretty much it.
But fate rather things be more.
Boring.
Boring to me.
I don't even know if I could use
I was talking about myself.
out there. At least that way I could let
No, I agree with you.
I'm kind of
It's boring.
stuck in here for the time being.
But to her, they and the other stars that align with them, they're fine with it. I'm personally one that would love the world to no longer be on a stage, having a chapter for chapter script.
I say, alright, do you know, well, I can't leave the room, basically. Do you know if I can
Limited, boring.
use any sort of sending message to relay?
No motion in it.
Oh, yeah, that would be fine.
Oh, splendid. At least I can do
Question then.
And this little school of hers can't. Gives leeway. What's up?
If the Fate Breakers can be accounted for, but can't be controlled, can they create other Fate Breakers?
I mean, technically, if, let's say, Mr. Silverlance was meant to die and Demon Fucker 2 intervened, that'd be intervened. Technically, he'd be free of that.
I'm not. You do have a name.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I don't seem to like calling people by their name.
I call him fallen derogatory for a reason.
It's concerning if they said mine. They didn't sound too happy when they said it.
Oh, that's funny. I find them funny.
Continue, Pennell. Pelham. My tongue did.
Who are your previous pupils?
Can't answer that. Look in the library might get an answer, but I can't answer that.
One last question then. Do you know what these are?
What did I do?
That was one of my favorites. Fortunate, though, that he was blind. So close to being perfect.
What was his name?
Can't answer that one.
Fate is getting irritating.
Trust me, I've dealt with her for millennia.
If you can't tell me who previously, or what these are from, what do they do?
Trust me, you'll find.
Okay, I think you know.
That'll be my personal test to see if you are fit.
I am.
Farewell, Pelham.
Have a good evening, Fury.
You have just barely a quarter left of mana. And feel your wings gently tugged for a moment to bring you back down.
Is everything alright?
It's fine.
Silas? Yeah, I got it.
Hmm. Well, fate's not banging yet, so we can continue.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, yeah. It's not banging just yet.
We seem to be reaching a limit at some point, though.
A small little ink-like creature is going to appear in front of you as separate canvases spawn around you.
What is it we will create today? What day are you looking for?
Today, I wish to see what is happening at the trial.
Fuck you. Understood. Okay. There's going to be originally 4 canvases that 3 of them shatter, ripping to shreds, as one enlarges and gets in front of you, showcasing an entire trial room, showing the courthouse. Every single of the councilmen except Dolian are on the stands, listening over as if final judgment. There's crowds upon crowds of Israelis scattered across, as they're just screaming, arguing, trying to understand reason as to why, as Dolian stands with shackles to his wrist, holding him down, leaning down to the ground, with his head sunken down. There is a cloaked figure within the commemorating viewers, as they're just constantly arguing, as a booming voice screams silence. Then everything goes quiet. Do you wish to continue?
I do.
Understood. Okay.
Oh, I know that.
As it's continuing, you're seeing Oswald take the front stand, where originally would have been Mentos. He takes the center stage as he's holding on to fire after fire, stacks upon papers just spawning around him. The entire council look relatively tired, but more than anything, they are pissed. But there's only one with a different expression, and that is a wolfkin upon the council. She looks guilty beyond belief. As he begins to lift up the paper, you start seeing your canvas burning at the edges, slowly closing in. As you hear a ping in your head like a grandfather clock.
I know that. He's going to try one last time to get as much information in the time that it burns.
Okay. So as this canvas is burning and crisping around the edges, you're hearing Oswald lifting off some of the crimes. It seems like there's way too many for him to just sit through constantly. But namely, one of them is blackmailing alongside slavery, slave trading, physical abuse to citizens, manipulative abuse, to then just continuing on and on and on. It then gets to the bottom of the list as it lands on cult activity. Either to be full-on involvement, or perhaps speculation of allowing and at least having knowledge of the cult. While he may not have done any of their tasks, he still allowed it to happen without any contestation. There will be another grandfather clock in your head, as in the center would slowly form a judgment scale, and each councilman holding onto a golden coin that slowly morph into an orb of their mana. They're just gripping onto it as the final words you hear as everything's burning around is, "How do you plea?" And the last thing you see is Dolian's expressions morphing into a slightly anxious yet almost conniving expression of not guilty, Israel. Not guilty at all. And then everything just burns to ash. You feel a quarter of your mana go down.
Did you guys get that? Did you see how
I did.
Are you done drawing today?
Question, do I still have that advantage that you told me about before?
Yes.
I'm going to use
Why?
it, and I'm going to attempt to see what in the future what happens.
Okay. I hate you. Understood. The 4 canvases are going to spawn again.
Are you looking for a specific date or time?
Would you like anything?
For a specific date or time?
Yes, in the future.
How far can it go?
Never really tested that.
I suppose just asking as far as they can go.
About 2 weeks from now.
Go with 2 weeks.
That would be the most benefit for when we deploy.
Yes. I agree.
Israel's second layer, 2 weeks from now.
Israel's second layer, 2 weeks from now.
You're going to see 2 of the canvases just ripped apart as 2 medium-scaled ones appear in front of you. One showing a descent downwards, paperwork being done to show residency or license to come inside, as tick, 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 tick fills the entire space. Just constant ticking as groups of the students go in front of 3 to 4 large doorways and them a sewer drains, or at least the sewer alleys. You'll be hearing more tick, tick, tick. It seems you're in an area with no cultist activity. Seems safe. The other, on the other hand... Fuck you. Apologies. On the second one, you're going to be an amalgamation of a large, heavily metal with vials onto its back. You're seeing vials glowing in the dark as all the lights shut off before flickering back on, showing an amalgamation of recruits, different kinds of attires. But that's that the cult's been known for is consistent, scattered around, multiple colors, arrows. And in your head, not heard from the canvas, but in your head, you're going to hear, "Welcome to the playground." As another series of tick, 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 and then screams. Then nothing. Your canvases are done.
Do I get any cards?
Yep, let me get your list, you son of a bitch.
And DM them to me when you get a chance.
I will, do not worry. I will poke at you when you get the symbols. It'll take a bit since lost are hardly in the room, but I'll let you know. You can continue.
I don't think there's anything else. After the canvases will burn, I will take my information and I will stop and write down the.
Oh, you have the 2 canvases. Those 2 canvases are stable.
Oh, okay. Would you like me to press further, or do you think that's enough?
Keep going.
Okay.
Real quick, your cards will be the Fallen, the Reaper, Dolls, Villager, and again, the Tower.
Okay, and is there no unknown card this time?
It'll be delayed, but yes.
Okay, I'll write those down. And then I will keep going.
When you go for this, oh, that's a 1, buddy. When you go for this attempt, as your canvas forms around you, you'll hear they'll echo throughout the room as almost like an earthquake fills the entire room with a tremor.
And that's where we stop.
No one needs to push yourself through that.
Have you already ended it?
Yeah, I'm going to now.
Alright. Get comfortable, everyone. Are my family shackled?
Virtues took it off and slapped down your face.
Siva.
Yes.
How much mana am I at now?
Can we go?
Especially off that.
You are half. You are half.
Okay.
We're so stuck here. The knocking is now on.
Fate's
At least now
quiet.
they're done with all of
So can we crack the door?
Give it a break. He literally just pissed her off.
Give Fate a moment to be angry. Hello, Fate.
Does anything look out of the ordinary to you, Lyra?
You seem to have lost motion
this
while you were up the
It's not. This is to help a student.
Oh, that's a great thing that you should have talked about before trying to do it ahead again.
I would heavily recommend against breaking the door.
Cracking it, not breaking it.
Even then, it's always running a risk.
Is there one time that we can refrain from doing that?
Also, I don't think we actually have a solid...
Wait. I don't like that one. Yeah, I'm good.
That never happened before.
Well, it's probably my fault, seeing as it happened after what I did.
I think that's. Mm.
Honestly, I feel like I got off a little too easy.
Right next to my ear, Fate.
Sorry for this too.
Afterwards.
Well, Vidal,
Yes?
is it happening again?
What is?
Do you see a woman?
I don't see anything now. Although if I do, I'll let you know. If you see me stand up at all, at least. Do you see anything, Lyra?
That was new.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, that sounded like something was opening.
That is the first time we've heard the sound of something opening.
Indeed.
Up until this point, it's been bangs.
It's tricking you. What does the sound of an open door do? It prompts you to investigate. It prompts you to open other doors.
Well, we'll be fine as long as we don't.
That is an idea, yes. However, there's one door. We can visually see it still closed.
Exactly.
Well, on top of that, Professor Virtue is also blocking it, so even if we wanted to try to do anything, I don't think he would let us.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that again this time.
Hopefully.
Do you think it was because you were nearly, or you were barely conscious?
One that I can't describe. Felt almost charming to an extent.
Hmm.
I felt safer.
I see.
When you were speaking with Fury, what did it mean when it said... I don't remember the exact details, but...
That the giants are shackled.
If they... Yes.
But if it were up to them, more races would live.
This is the first time
Do you
I've ever
think I
heard
know?
something like that.
Yeah, I don't think he would know much more than we would.
This is the first I'm hearing of this. Along with the first time I've ever been accused of not being an angel.
He was most likely just trying to aggravate you.
No. As
The room is safe now. You're free to leave.
Oh, hey.
Right.
Leave.
How do we know?
Thank you, voice.
Fontaine. You can leave now.
Oh, say less.
Here, I thought they wanted to crash.
Nothing happens. The ceiling stars are going to start twinkling and pull back into their glass casings.
As contradicting as it might sound, Fury did not say that to anger me.
I have a lot of questions.
Certainly isn't.
I figured.
I'm pretty sure.
First, I need to go find Rio. And then I'll answer all your questions.
Gotcha.
Well, we're free.
Anyway.
Back to pondering that.
We'll take it.
Hey, Sayori, before you go.
What was that?
Oh, it's you.
I heard them before when I came in here originally, and there was none cast.
We don't talk about that. I'll let you know the answer later.
The stars haven't been released.
Goodbye, Virtue.
Which one are you?
Goodbye, Virtue.
It's a good question. If there were
Right.
only answer.
Why do you keep singing that?
What was that?
No one said anything. It was more so a humming. Well, I don't know if it's a star.
I don't know myself.
I don't think any of us know.
Stars have free access to this room.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
The stars are released when this door is damaged. Fate is released if this door is broken.
Goodbye, Virtues.
Okay, so we actually can make. Cool.
Suppose we can.
In a second.
Well, within theory, a body collapsing on the other side, so.
Come on, we're going out.
Greetings, student body of
Come
Curiosum. The ritual room is now released. Fate is at bay. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Everybody okay?
Everyone's fine. I heard there was a group out here.
Please. Okay, what the fuck happened? You caused you guys to beat up for hours? 2 specifically?
I'm confused about all your concern. We were in there for a long time because I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, but...
Like, because one of you said the professors were trapped in the room.
Yes, they trapped themselves mostly.
They were self-inflicted and there was no reason to be concerned.
They both decided that teleporting inside the room would be a good idea.
Right.
No reason
And
to
there
be
was nothing for me
concerned.
to be here in the first place.
Yeah, you were here, so I don't know why you're bitching. Just tell me. Look, just use something too. I'd rather be here for something than nothing, or nothing than something. Yeah.
Irenaeus, you're gonna feel a little less tension at your wings. Almost relaxing.
So for all I got is fucking disrespect.
You were very angry then.
Did everything go well?
It did. I got my questions answered. And we learned quite a bit.
That is good to know. So long as everyone is well afterwards.
Currently, all of us are just missing mana. No one's actually injured.
That is good. Will there be a document with the information then over the week?
There will be. I'll make one.
I shall wait for it then. Do take time.
It'll let me get my thoughts in order.
Of course.
I need to fight something.
That was compliment training. That's exactly. It was compliment training. You know it was. Hello, RNS.
Hello, Cube.
Were you one of the many unfortunate folk to get locked in the room?
Yes. Given that I'm the one that started it.
That's funny. How did that happen? You actually let them in. Is that intentional?
The professors?
Really?
No. We were busy doing our actual star heraldry. And then both Virtues and Fontaine teleported in. They were then no longer allowed to leave.
Huh. That's weird. Very weird. Well,
However, I got my questions answered. I've got a lot of questions I wanted answered, and more that I wanted not.
I see. Oh, I'm glad to hear it personally. I've been doing my own research, so you know. Great minds think alike and all that.
It was a learning experience. What research have you been doing, Cube? I'm curious.
I've been looking specifically into creating an antibody for mana vein reducing and or damaging poisons, and I have been researching how artifacts in relation to starborns work. Trying to reverse engineer them both.
I wish you luck on that second one.
Thank you. Not the first.
The artifact is going to be especially difficult.
I'm sure I'll be fine eventually.
Did you stay here this whole time?
I've honestly just been ignoring the entire thing. I'll be real,
I got distracted by art show.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that you're going on the mission to Yisrael, yes?
Yes, I'm alongside Ryga, and I've organized positions between the four of us.
Are you aware that your abilities are going to be heavily restricted while inside Yisrael?
The magical capabilities, or everything else of myself.
We're trying to avoid overly large collateral. Vast majority of your abilities are large and destructive with very little discrimination.
This is something I've been aware of, yes. And that is why this is going to be more important for me on deployment. Using the axe is much more targeted, as well as with the claws. It should be much easier to do, rather than the brute force of throwing punches. I can avoid damaging windows, buildings, and everything of the sort by focusing only on those.
Good. That's the answer I wanted to hear.
We're there to protect the city to at least some degree, so it's better if everything is only focused on the cultists. I only hope the teammates don't cause disruptions with some of the elements, but we have things positioned that we should be fine to go.
Everyone will similarly be receiving a notice about keeping destruction to a minimum.
Noted. This would make sense. The only thing I will need to do a small amount of testing is how much room I have to be in the air, considering the scale of my wings and the
There's
need
not
it may
going to be
for me
much.
to take flight.
I'm already well aware that the first part of our mission is going to be traversing through a sewer. Or at least that's what I've been led. That's what I've been led to believe. Yes. Which, we do have gas masks. However,
And if you're
the
concerned
problem
about
is...
slowing down my wings, I've flown through blizzards before. That wouldn't stop them.
Does not lose my concern. I figured as much. I just don't know what adverse effects the pollution would have on flyers. I wouldn't know.
The answer is that we're going to need that gas mask. The pollution is especially bad, and it collects underneath the first layer into a thick cloud. There's already not much room, as I've been led to believe, between the floor of the second layer and the ceiling. We're going to be heavily restricted in flight.
Then, by every right, it's likely to only be an escape method should my squadron become injured. I've already tested the weight of 4 of the members, and I'd be able to carry 3 of us at once, so I can get people out of there if injuries become too severe. My wings are faster than my legs.
That'll be useful then.
For the moment, we are uncertain whether or not Bonnie, the blind purple one, will be present on the day or not. The current idea for the replacement is Hezekiah, though, again, that will depend on Bonnie's availability. Beyond
They had
that, we are
previously
also
told
planning
me
on
they
having an
would be
additional
available.
Valkyrie on standby. Yes.
Whether or not they're going to
Hopefully
stay.
But Hezekiah is ready if they are not.
If they are absent, yes.
And then at the moment, Shays and Reagan are investigating the Valkyries for who is available and seeing who we would be able to take with us as either an extra member or additional healing, given that 4 of us are front lines.
I would say, if Bonnie is not present, focus on looking for a Valkyrie with some sort of perception ability. Predominantly, the reason that I had selected Bonnie was for the fact they had tremor sense.
But I suggest Xander. Xander also has tremor sense.
James did mention them to me for the Valkyrie we were searching for otherwise, so I believe the 2 of them are already checking their availability.
Are you serious? You're not joking? You're not fucking with me?
He has tremor sense. And he's a Valkyrie. He fits what you need.
Am I missing a
All
reason
right.
for your concern?
Yes.
Xander. Xander is the reason for concern.
Yes.
His behavior has been incredibly questionable.
Consideration. Questionable.
He had discipline issues.
He only recently returned because he made very public threats against a noble figure of another country. He's only returned recently. He was previously expelled for his lack of decision-making, critical thinking skills.
If memory serves correctly, and this is the brown-haired bunny, or am I getting appearances confused?
That is. He has previously shown to me that he has questionable judgment and is incapable.
I see that as more of a challenge then.
Blitz was also suggesting Xander as a replacement for Bonnie. So.
I'm aware of what Blitz may say.
Unruly squires as is back home. Discipline them and ensure they stay in line. That's what I'm
Have fun,
trying to do
Aaron.
back home.
Good
That's what I
luck.
should be able to do here.
I've got an idea. Why don't we charge it in a million
It seems so.
Chaotic.
Hmm.
But
Keep
yes,
them available
growing rowdiness is something
as
I
an
should be
option.
well used to.
However, find other options.
I would be unaware of any similar senses of the students among this academy, so I'll have to mostly leave that to Raiga and James. But I can put the warning to them from you about that. Right.
They should already be well aware.
About Xander being a choice, considering the expelling they went through.
If anything, I can assist. Since the only thing I have left to do is coordination
My
training.
recommendation is still over Hezekiah.
As with yourself,
If Bonnie is not present, we have someone with the similar senses to what she does.
for the day, so I couldn't do team training.
Hmm. Suppose that follows.
I don't know who else here has even any degree of senses similar to that.
If need be.
If you have something to contribute, please do so.
I'll talk them out then to see what Valkyries are available.
Yes. I won't discount him as an option. I'm very hesitant.
I get it. I was just making the point. I don't disagree with your abstaining from him. He just fits what you need, a Valkyrie and tremor sense.
Hmm. Yes, he does.
The other thought they did have was Keo, with their small ability to heal and being
No.
vanguard as well.
Keo's a no.
Keo is a no.
They still need training.
The same concern I
no.
I watched Keo lose control earlier today.
Yes, they
As
need
did I
training
fighting
still.
alongside him.
They still need time.
It's good to know I'm not the only one with the concern then.
Indeed they do.
Good day, my liege.
But I'd argue that they made
Hello,
significant
Xavier.
progress in learning how to regain control.
I agree.
I'm sure that things will get there in due time.
They're not mission ready though.
Are you healing?
And they are well aware.
Sorry, say that again.
Are you healing?
Yes. Just in a spar with Hezekiah. He's a proper fighter.
Then yes, I will coordinate with Mao and I'll coordinate with Osa to see the available Valkyrie members.
Yes.
And he can pick out of the options.
Should they show up? Bonnie is still the primary option.
Yes.
Of course.
Of course, yeah. As the main thing, yeah.
Should they? Yes. It's good to have reserves given their track record.
Because,
However, I would like
want
to
finalize
find.
my squad.
Yes.
So,
If you can find any Valkyrie with perception, or something related to perception, that is not those two.
I don't think there's any, but I'll ask around at the very least. I'm pretty sure everyone's already assigned to squads that has some sort of perception, other than Donald's mentioned.
Fine. In that case, Xander will be the primary backup, and he will prove himself.
Yes, if anything, I'll do you the favor and still ask around. Regardless.
If you can find a better option, I will take it.
Well, I agree. But he fits like a perfect puzzle piece, if you will, for which is required. Mostly.
Except for the part where I don't trust what he thinks.
It's based off Fontaine and the training he's gone through. But it's me giving him a second chance.
And I'll put my word to it. Should Xander again show discontent behaviors, I'll use the training I've had back home to try and quell whatever mindset he may have, regardless of how extreme I would have to be to keep him in line so we can succeed in what we're assigned.
I will reassure you that training is very discipline-oriented and it will be efficient. It's the same one I went through.
If you can somehow fix his failures, do so.
I will see what I can do in the next week when we can do sparrings again. Beyond that, I will just ensure that he respects our words above his.
Do not go easy on him. He's gone through night training, so similar to ours, but not as severe. So do not go light.
I'm going to fix a few problems, my liege.
Go do so. Provided that is your team finalized with a backup for if Bonnie does not show.
For backup, I will have as Hezekiah as a backup as a reserve. So
You can currently only have, if you were to not have Bonnie, you have one slot. There are no more members that can be added. We are currently completely full. Would it still be just Hezekiah?
Yeah.
Do you have a full squad of 5 yourself? Because I believe each commander can have a full squad.
I have heard 2 different answers.
Oh, apologies then.
I've heard from Aura that I am allowed the full 5 as everyone else. I've heard from Virtues differently.
I believe Aura has the full 5, so if she has it, I assume you can too. But
current listings do have her with a full 5 of a squadron.
Yes. I have no current need for more members. At least on mine. Provided we're going into buildings, my squad will not be joining you.
At the very least, the way Aura's treating her squad is floaters. Basically supporters of other squads that she can attach to other squads when needed.
Which has its uses. However, if the implication is that Xander would actually be directly on my team, I'm even more hesitant.
I get that. That is entirely respectable, as that is a more personal trust. So, I don't blame
I do not trust him with my back. I do not trust him with Exaliel's. I do not trust him with Daniel's. I don't trust him with Impa's. Especially considering he's already shown interest in trying to ruin my life.
I get it. Genuinely. If anything, if you are fine with having Xander as a backup instead, merely a suggestion, you can have Hezekiah as a floater that can be attached to their squad and yours.
That may be more suitable.
That is ultimately up to you two, though. It's merely a suggestion, since Aaron has 2 slots technically open, since he only has 3 in his squad.
Yeah.
I'd say if he is as rowdy as they say, it would be better for him to be on a squadron assigned, to let people know where he is, and we can keep eyes on him more.
I'm worried about the mental workload of having to constantly be cautious or watching him while we're trying to perform a mission. Whether or not it's worth the utility he would provide.
If anything, since we started 2 weeks, or I guess a week and a half of preparation, do you wish to test him?
That is a option we can do for Xander.
How would you test him?
That's more of a you question, because you have the least amount of trust with him.
I'm not talking about his combat abilities. I'm talking about his judgment during critical moments.
Well, that's what I was meaning. I'm saying the same thing. You would be up to since you are the commander, and you'd be your subordinate in that manner. What you would determine would be trustworthy enough that he would have to surpass in judgment. You set up a scenario, and if he figures it out and you are happy with the answer, then that's your answer. Or, if he's going to be part of Raga's squad, Ragus does it to see if he's worthy. If not, both of you judge if he's worthy. If there's a test.
If you can think of a test. I don't currently have the time to waste on that.
I don't have the time either because I have to finish wrapping up gas mask and as well map the rest of the maps.
If
In that case,
I can have assistant sources of mana, I can have runes that I've memorized from my time as a Galog Lake to set up drills for him. Scenarios with allies to his side and enemies in front that are not real, so we can see what decisions he makes and punish or reward based on his decisions, so long as Valkyries are at the ready to prepare broken bones.
Do you just need mana for that?
Yes, I'm not too full of that myself.
With the same element. With the exact same elements, I'll help with that then.
Not good work. No, the runes are not necessarily my elements. I'd simply be writing them.
You know what I meant. I can help with the mana you would need.
Yes. They can be ice constructs, and that could be the easiest method for us.
Perfect.
If you can think of a test, proctor and oversee it. I'll evaluate it. Ultimately, it's going to be putting the lives of everyone in that squad at risk, including him.
I'm aware. That's why I'm suggesting the test, because I agree. He needs to be tested for his judgment. I think he is capable and deserves a second chance, but he needs to be tested.
I'll allow you the opportunity to convince me.
Fair. And this exercise gives Osa a test. Since he is newer cavalry, this can test his leadership of finding a test in and the whatnot. So it works twofold.
Simply let me know when you're conducting it.
Rothgar drills will be prepared over the week then, for the next period that we can perform the sparring. And then we can see how his judgment will work.
I will say, since he is more frail than other people from the north, lighten it slightly, but not too lightly. We don't want to kill him.
We can see. Just ensure Valkyries are at the side and everything should be sufficient. I can put his bones back into place regardless, they just need to be fully repaired.
This is fair. I just don't want to I don't want to maim him too badly if need be.
Yeah.
In that case, we'll see if he's improved.
Yeah. What was that? What was
From
that
previous
happening
stories,
next, like,
I've heard that things like this have been tried before and they've all failed on him.
This is true, but that was before his night training with Virtue's assistant and his new perspective on things. So that's why I'm saying to give him a chance of judgment. If he
We shall
fails,
see
he
how
fails.
extreme the measures need to be.
Because you're advocating so hard for this, single chance.
I wouldn't expect more than the one. I wouldn't give him more than the one. I'm just trying to be fair. Because he did spend the time and effort to come back, change himself, seemingly. So I want to give him the opportunity to show it.
Fine. Is there anything else?
Nothing of importance.
All I gotta say is that, all I gotta say for next week, I'm gonna be just having the squad, the mainer who's not helping with the test, is go through the sparring with 2v2s. So, like me and Koa and
I
James.
want all of the squads to know exactly what their purpose is and to practice that purpose. Every squad is composed to have a point, achieve something.
Yes. Cavalry talk.
And that's predominantly what I would want you to practice.
The squadron of ours stays Ryga, myself, Bonnie, Alexander, Gil, James. All of us together can be organized at the next week. As it stands, both Gil and Bonnie, or whoever, perhaps myself alongside him, will be at the front. The only demon have more awareness and we would in perceptiveness, they are better off at the front point. Myself and Ryga can defend either James or James and Xander, and that way we can keep eyes on both of them, since I believe both are more capable at range than the rest of us. And they are Valkyries. They should be the last to go down.
For the sake of ease, we will have this test early-ish after the morning announcements next week. For in case he does fail, he can be healed, and we can find a suitable replacement for his being the replacement in time.
Yeah, talking strategies.
Is that
Probably show our faces out of curiosity.
Ryga and James had sent the white-haired
I will allow this.
Should Xander fail, that is the thought for the next to go into, if you wish for us to have another Valkyrie. The synergy between traps.
I will orchestrate that. I'll get a list of Valkyries for you that are available.
I do have the listing of cavalry of who was not listed before, who was not taken before. The white-haired blossom Heifer, unless the list is outdated, is still available.
I can select the notes later to the cavalry room. I've got new updates for some of the team comps. Yes,
Can you send me a
I might.
list? Can you send me the available people that are left as a list? If I can get the list of abilities of those people to send to them. For Mal's collaboration.
I can do that tonight at least. Like I said, I need to finish rewriting the names and rearrange them.
Of course.
Because most of our site is filled now.
Just
by the example,
just by Friday.
There he is.
Oh, of course.
Did you inform
I had to do a
anyone
letter
what
for
happened
all
yet,
of you.
or?
Winter was here. Where did he go?
I haven't informed anyone.
I was curious what happened.
No one's
Can you
asked.
inform me about what happened in the ritual room?
I was gonna ask about that, but this was more important.
The ritual room is their own concern.
There was
They have to
actually...
be prepared for Israel.
There was actually a large amount that happened in the ritual room. I believe 5 different star heraldries were performed.
Wow. Okay, 5.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No, potentially just 4.
Apologies.
Hezekiah is no longer the reserve.
Okay. Do you want to
as
give
he does
us
not fail
either
a
a
test
summary,
towards
or are
the
you able to
upper
sit down and talk real quick?
I know you have some.
At least the questions pertaining to the quick future. We've already determined through Silas's... Hold on. Come with me.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of people wanting to, enslave people. I'm not a big fan of that.
James, come on.
Yep.
There was a lot that occurred. However, some of it is person-specific and some of it is species-specific. With things relating specifically for Yisrael. From talking with the scholar, we've determined that obtaining Mentos before the attack on Keminari Alley would change nothing.
Okay.
It was something we were attempting to figure out. Whether or not we were going on the wrong mission.
And how would it change nothing? I'm curious.
It would not increase Yisrael's chances of surviving significantly. Getting Mentos to Yisrael would increase the chances of survival. However, not before the attack on Keminari Alley. There's no reason to try and prioritize getting Mentos before this mission. It was something we attempted to find out last week and was directed to a different star. Specifically, we were directed to the scholar, which we happened to summon.
Did it give any particular evidence as to why?
Unfortunately, with a lot of things in star heraldry, evidence is not provided. Things are kept vague. Every single word has a mana cost. And should we ask anything that would be far too useful, the stars reply that fate won't allow that.
But they can relay that it would make no difference. How interesting.
That one they can. The questions that they refused to answer were more personal.
Okay. So they can answer vaguely of questions, and then they can't answer any personals. Why are you?
They can answer personals.
Out of curiosity.
It has to do with angels. And I want to figure it out before I openly talk about it. And it's not relevant, at least right now, for what the school is trying to do.
No, but it might be relevant to me.
How so?
History. I'm trying to look more into it. Because every time I look at the history books of any nation, it stops. And it's locked away.
When does it stop?
Then you start going to more of the cities. If you think about it, it's odd. For example, are you aware that another life was lost in the Antarian-Ziran war? But you don't hear about that in Ziran.
Did you say not a life was lost?
No, another life was lost.
Another life.
But you don't hear about it in Ziran's documents.
Which life?
Besides the life that was lost in Terra, which was, I believe, like a leader of sorts. I believe this person, I don't remember exact ranking, but they were pretty close to Oberon. Second in command in sorts.
Hmm. We obtained more information relating to species after we stopped asking questions about Israel specifically. We did look into specifically what's going on with the trial right now. All we were really able to gain was that, yes, there is a cult member in the crowd, and that Dolian is going to plead not guilty to a long list of crimes. However, we don't actually get to see what the decision was. It ended before they actually decided their judgment. We learned there is a way to repair a starborn artifact. Specifically, it can only be done by the moon. The only time that a single person in the Vandiles existed, that had the knowledge of how to repair a starborn artifact, was killed by fate.
Really?
Yes. It was specifically one of the moon's, they're called pupils, but I'm pretty sure the better word is chosen.
That's interesting. So the chosen have the means of repairing an artifact.
Specifically, the moon's chosen. There are many chosen. Each of the stars can have pupils. Some of them have pupils specifically to avoid fate. Some of them have pupils because fate directed them to. Anytime we ask anything about fate, the question is shut down. Fate is not the arbiter of fates. Fate is the designer of fates. They are actively creating an end goal. And I'm trying to figure out what it is.
That aligns with mine.
I've already told Kokiri this, but I will be writing the relevant information into a document.
I would like to hear it later, though, the ones about the races, if you don't mind. I'll not ask it now. I will let you later.
I can tell you some.
It's up to you, Irenaeus.
The stars heavily imply that a lot of the races were not originally like this. Angels did not have oaths. And it always ends with fate did it. But we don't know why.
I have a random question.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure
Yes,
to
I
offer
do.
you some tea. Tea has been freshly prepared, hopefully. Some of you are thirsty.
I would like
If
some.
you would like. Very well then. Pardon me, just going to set this over here.
What if it's because there are people out there who are choosing to extend more than what their species or lifespan is supposed to be? That this constant change is not to what it seeks. And so it tries to correct it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
It's possible.
I'm good, thank you.
Understood.
However, it could be for far too many reasons. Fate is not an entity I'm going to pretend to understand.
By the way, Irenaeus, are you actually okay?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just found out that my people are shackled. And I was called not an angel. So I do not know. However, my star has been pleasant at least.
Oh, you have a star protecting you.
I would not say protecting me.
Oh.
Stars at least seem to be somewhat tied to aspects, whether they be emotions or behaviors, or how you would summarize someone. Virtues is tied to protection. Badal is tied to rest. My star is fury.
Hmm. So, do you think those words define who you are?
No, they don't bother me.
That's not what I asked.
Do I think I can be summed up in a single word? No.
I ask if you think those words define who you are, Irenaeus.
I would say they don't.
Okay. It is, after all, we choose to make what words us. We choose those weight of the words and we make them what is defined. And fury is not always a bad thing either. Just as destruction can also be a positive thing. I would agree.
I would. Destruction can be useful to remove rot.
And build up anew.
Destruction and creation.
Exactly.
However, I don't care much for how the stars want to define me. Or fate.
Good. Because
They can have their intentions and what they want. I don't care. I'm a Pelham.
Goddamn right you are.
Yes, sir.
That is the truth.
Now, I want to write all of this down before I forget too much of it.
Yeah, and those beings be damned if they actually try something, Irenaeus. Because there's a fucking world we're trying to save. And if they don't speak up with their words, then why bother with them, right?
I won't say they aren't completely without their reasons.
Oh,
Stars have been
obviously.
going missing.
But that's... Again, if they don't tell us, then we can't help. If they choose to make things more difficult, then be damned. We're here to make things better.
We will figure out a way, without them or with them. I'm not worried about that at all.
Good. Good. Just know
I
I'm
simply
supporting
wanted to
you as
know
well.
where exactly I stood before I could figure out where I could walk forward.
Or we're flying high after all, Irenaeus. Hard to put a pedestal on that.
You have a point there. I will be heading out. It was good speaking with you both.
You as well.
Same here.
One last thing. This is like pure minor. But this is a small thing. It's only an area or radius with near her. Any magic attack will turn off. So
It doesn't function on Lance.
Yeah, but
I've already investigated this.
Within these area, things will
I
shut
know
off.
Winter just picked him out for his team, so that's why they're
It
telling
actually
me.
is good for us in this situation. If they are
Good to know. They will most likely have magic attack as we face them.
But that'd be close.
Yeah. I just letting them know what Mel can't deal with,
If you ever
so
saw me
that'll help
fight
them
against
out.
her, that's how I was unable to fight with my magic attack.
Provided they're an asset.
She turned it off. So
she's a damn
Yeah,
good
no, we'll
fighter.
find that. Only you and Nancy's Magitech. So see
It would
what
be a real shame if there were air purifiers down there that run on Magitech. Fuck.
Everything alright with you now?
I would say so. I want to go record as much of it as possible. That was an incredibly long Star Heraldry.
It certainly was. And intriguing, I suppose.
Suppose that was the first one you've watched, yes?
At least one. I was there when Sayori did it, and that almost cost her life.
This one's been especially frustrating.
I can just imagine.
At this
You're all
point,
chasing fate.
At this point, the vast majority of the questions I want answered are the ones that directly cannot be. And now it's a matter of trying to figure out new questions.
And rinse and repeat, I suppose.
Yes. That, and calling down new stars.
Calling in new stars.
If you know their names, you can invoke them. And I know quite a few now.
Well,
The stars
a
keep
little
casually
star
dropping
collection.
them. I suppose, yes. Overall, it was just frustrating.
Yeah, the fact that if I didn't hear wrong, apparently you're not even an angel.
I give the
He's
stars
referring
some
to a
weight.
star.
I'm still very doubtful about everything they tell me. They hold
Aren't
too
you a
much.
true blood?
They hold too much information. This relationship is far too one-sided for me to trust them at their word.
Fair.
They may view me as not an angel. That's how they may view me. I don't care. They're a star, and they only exist inside that room.
Well, and technically speaking, shouldn't there be other places they can exist?
If there are
For I
similar
know
places
some
to the
people-
ritual room,
I mean, I don't suppose you know much about different nations. Though one of our capitals, Nation, one of their main things is oraclemancies. The capital in the sky.
oraclemancy or specifically star heraldry. Star heraldry is a very specific type of oraclemancy. It's uncommon.
I would probably say star heraldry because I believe the saying goes that it's clear that they can call upon the stars without having the chime of death spell or something like that.
Well, that does sound like star heraldry.
I believe it's also sometimes referred to also the home of the starborn.
Is it?
If I don't recall wrong, that is the case and probably would make sense considering it's a literal city in disguise.
I'll most likely be asking you more questions about this later. I want to go record everything before I forget too much of it.
Yeah, you have fun with that.